favor as the Fightin' Phils have won the last 8 meetings between these two National League Eastern rivals. Today, thankfully, is a new day, though, and the Braves send one of their aces to the mound, Tommy Hanson. We'll see if he can stop the Phillies. Hopefully, this recipe of Hanson on the hill and quality at bats can get the Braves back in the win column tonight. It's a great night for baseball at Turner Field. It'd be even better with a Braves win. Another Southern steam bath here at Turner Field in Atlanta. It's game 2 of our 3-game series between the Braves and the Phillies. It's time to stop this Philadelphia rampage through the Atlanta Braves lineup. All year long, Braves baseball on Sports South, being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff, and the low price. Hi again, friends. Joe, Tom, and Chip back at the ballpark. The Phillies have won 8 straight games head-to-head with the Braves. Let's see if Atlanta can turn it around in game 2 tonight. We've got a terrific pitching matchup, Tommy Hanson and Roy Halladay. Yeah, we had a great one last night and another one tonight. For the Braves, it's going to be right-hander Tommy Hanson going out there 2-0 and with a 2.08 in his last 2 starts, so he's been throwing the ball real well of late. And on the other side, for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's Roy Halladay, and I think we all know something about Roy. 191 career wins, 3.21 ERA, 3-time 20-game winner, 2-time Cy Young Award winner, and in 6 career starts versus the Braves, 4-1 with a 1.78 ERA. Numbers like that make you our SunTrust solid performer, but Roy Halladay hoping it'll be a solid gold career, Joe. Can this man get to 300 wins?
Well, based on what you asked last night, Chip, can he win 300 games? We did a little studying and a little comparison with the guy sitting to my right and also with Greg Maddux at a similar age. And you see that Roy Halladay is 77 starts short of Tom Glavine and a full 112 starts short of Greg Maddux at the same age, and he's also short on wins, as you can see quite plainly. I think the biggest difference is in innings pitched. 662 innings short of Greg Maddux at the same age and 332 short of Tom. That's a huge number for him to try to make up late in his career, in his late 30s, to try to get to 300 wins. He's got 191. That means about 5 years of at least 20 wins. That's going to be tough to do. Well, let's hope his step toward a potential 300-win career takes a detour tonight. Braves need to beat the Phillies. Philadelphia with an 8-game winning streak head-to-head against their Eastern Division rivals. Dan Uggla has had good luck against Roy Halladay. Tom Hart will break that down for you when we come right back to Turner Field for Game 2 of this Braves-Phillies series.
between the Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies on a beautiful night for baseball. Welcome back to the ballpark, everybody. Tom Hart with you. And Dan Uggla is back with the Braves, back after a slow start to the season last year. A start that he says needs no explanation. Look at his new beginnings now. Through the first 24 games of this season, averaging .270. His on-base percentage is through the roof. Runners in scoring position, a huge improvement. But he doesn't mince words when he talks about his start last season.
Last year, it sucked. You know, coming into a new place, you want to start off, get off to a good start, and I did not do that last year. So this year it's been more kind of an even keel kind of start, you know. I haven't even really looked at the numbers, you know. I never look at the numbers, but, you know, I feel like I've gotten off to a better start than I did last year. You know, ready for the power to start kicking in. You know, it's May, so it's about time for that.
Dan Uggla is our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot. He brings a 6-game hit streak to the game tonight against the Phillies as the Braves look to snap an 8-game losing streak against the Philadelphia Ball Club. What a pitching matchup we have for you tomorrow. It's Hanson versus Halliday. And tonight, those two go head-to-head in Game 2 of this 3-game set. Chip, Joe, and Tom behind the mic when we return.
Freeman, let's hope the Braves are collectively as well. Game 2 of our 3-game series with the Phillies, who've won 8 straight head-to-head over Atlanta. Phillies have won the last 2 ball games. They have not won 3 in a row yet this season. It's a makeshift lineup without Chase Utley, without Ryan Howard. But this lineup good enough to beat the Braves last night on 4 runs and 11 hits. And Tommy Hanson will try to shut him down and even up the series.
Hanson will be making his 6th start of the season, 83rd start of his career as a Brave. 3-2 on the year with a 3 ERA and 5 starts. Hopefully he can go out there tonight, give him an effort similar to what Brandon Beachy did last night, but maybe they can do a little bit more against Halliday than they were able to do against Cole Hamels.
And for Tommy Hanson, 25 years old, 6'6", 220, on the mound for his 6th start. His 4 keys to pitching success tonight. New stretch. That might be put to test by some of these base runners for these guys as he has worked to try to shorten up his delivery out of the stretch, and a new weapon that the Phillies haven't seen, and that's his good sinker. Hopefully he'll get some ground balls from that tonight. And a good place to start with that sinker is with Jimmy Rollins. It's gotten hotter. It's 87 degrees at first pitch.
Whew. Boy, oh boy. Summer is here.
And high and tight to Rollins, ball 2. Rollins at 247 for the year. Had 2 hits and 4 tries last night. Scored one of the Phillies' 2 eighth-inning runs that proved to be difference makers last evening.
Awfully sticky, too.
That's pulled foul by Rollins. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the umpiring crew for game 2 of the series. James Hoy behind the plate. Jim Joyce. Jim Reynolds. And the odd man out, Mike Estabrook. Everybody else a James or a Jim. Popped up. Behind the second base bag, Tyler Pasternicki is under it. And good start for Hansen. Jimmy Rollins is out number 1. Here's the Braves lineup defensively. Eric Hinsky in right field for the Braves tonight. Atlanta hoping Jason Hayward can play tomorrow. He's out with a sore side. Chipper back in at third. Brian McCann behind the plate.
Jason Hayward sitting out one more game. He is expected to play tomorrow against Joe Blanton. Hopefully the rib cage soreness will be gone by then.
Polanco trying to duck under a breaking ball. Strike 1 call. Polanco 15 hits away from 2,000. He's in the throes, however, of a 3 for 21 slide at the plate. Little flare. Uggla on the run. Can't get there. And Polanco singles with 1 out.
We saw enough of that last night. Hope that doesn't start again. A lot of hitting them where they aim.
Well, that Placido Polanco is a guy probably very similar to Braves fans that Martin proud of. You hear the description you hear about him all the time is just a professional hitter. He's a tough out. It was a pretty good pitch in terms of being in on the plate, but elevated just a touch to where he could get enough on it to bloop it in there for a hit.
Victorino bats. Shane at 229. Phillies are 16 for 19 as a club in stolen bases this year. Polanco has not tried to steal a bag. Now quickly 0-2 to Victorino, with last night's villain Hunter Pence representing our Delta Airlines on deck batter.
2 hits, including that swing that looked like somebody, the Phillies had taken somebody out of the stands and put him in uniform and just told him to stick your bat out there in case the ball hits it.
Just goes to show you, Tommy, not every good pitch turns into an out.
No, you hear that all the time. Sometimes you make a good pitch and you give up a hit, and a lot of times you make a bad one, you get lucky and they hit a line drive at somebody. But it's the age-old saying, there's no pictures in the box score, so that was a line drive in Hunter's mind this morning when he woke up.
Victorino missed a breaking ball. Good pitch by Hansen. 2 outs.
Tommy's last start was against Pittsburgh at the beginning of this homestand. 6 strong innings. He only gave up 1 run. He did walk 3 but struck out 5. But that breaking ball, to me, Tom, is so much more effective when he's locating his fastball, and that's what he's done over his last 2 starts.
Well, you've heard me talk about it all the time, and you hear pitchers say it all the time. You have to pitch off your fastball, and when guys like Tommy are doing that, and then the hitter has to respect the fastball, it's awful tough to sit on that curveball.
Strike one to Pence. Mentioned last night, maybe the most unorthodox batting style or stance in the National League. So how do you attack this guy with his ability to cover the plate?
Well, it's definitely not an approach that you would teach, but he gets it into the hitting zone in the right place.
And he launches this ball to deep center. Bourne going back is there, and that retires the side. Polanco singles but is left stranded. Braves coming up in the bottom of the first inning to take on Roy Halladay. But they're having a good time. Nothing happening in the top of the first inning for the Phillies. Let's see if Freddie Gonzalez's Game 2 lineup can make some hay against Roy Halladay. Good to see Chipper Jones back in there. He'll hit sixth over at third base. Eric Hinske gets the start in right field. But it all starts with the man at the top, a red-hot Michael Bourne.
Facing right-hander Roy Halladay. 5 starts, 3-2 record, 1.95 ERA. So he's pitched well. Don't let that record deceive you. And certainly had a success, as we mentioned, against the Braves in his career.
34 years old. He'll be 35 in a couple of weeks. 6'6", 230.
Lined and caught. Wigginton timed his leap perfectly and robs Bourne of an extra base hit. 1 out.
Michael's been tearing it up. His average up to 330. He's hit in 5 straight, and he gets robbed here by Wigginton, but he hit that one right on the button. That's extremely frustrating, but it's especially frustrating for a hitter when you hit one that solidly against such a tough customer as Roy Halladay.
Martin Prado at 270. Bats for the first time tonight.
His 4 keys to pitching success tonight. Run me, please. Last 2 games he's only had 1 run to work with in each start and lost them both, and 24 for 58. You'd think that with his success against Atlanta that nobody'd have good numbers against him. But the middle of the order, McCann, Uggla, and Chipper are combined 24 for 58. A 4.14 average.
Martin Prado takes Halladay the other way and records a 1-out single in front of Freddie Freeman.
So ideally he'd like to keep the guys at the top of the order off base before he gets to McCann, and it didn't happen here. Professional hitter.
Professional hitter, exactly what I said. But yeah, going back to your point though, you're right, Joe. Looking over some of these numbers, you see Halladay's career numbers against the Braves, and you think, boy, he really must dominate these guys. But if you were to do the other side first, you'd look at the Braves numbers with the guys in their lineup and think they were dominating him. There's some guys with some good numbers.
That's a ground ball through for Freeman on the first pitch. Halladay's given up 3 hard hit balls to start the game. The Braves have 2 on for Brian McCann.
Left that one up. Freddie, a notorious first pitch swinger, jumped all over that one. Each of his last 2 starts have gone 7 innings for Halliday, and he's lost them both by scores of 5-1. One at San Diego, one at home against the Cubs. But he has walked 6 in his last 14 innings. And 10 for the year. That's a high number for him after 5 starts.
And to put that in perspective, last year Halliday 233 2/3 innings, walked 35. He's far ahead of that pace at the start of the 2012 season. Slow roller. Wigginton fires to second for 1. Rollins the return to first. And that's an inning-ending double play. Braves get 2 hits. Can't break through against Halliday in the opening inning. Inning, we have no score. Special guest in our booth. Look at that young face.
Oh, kidding me?
Did you really think that mustache looked good?
I didn't have a choice, Joe. There wasn't much growing around it.
And what a thrilling day for everybody in Braves country, and certainly for John Smoltz, who joins us. His number 29 will be retired on June 8th when the Toronto Blue Jays come to town. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's much nicer to be up here relaxed, you know. Don't have to prepare. Don't have to do much. I enjoy it. Kind of like you, Glad.
Well, you know, the game's a lot easier up here, buddy.
Ty Wigginton starts things off for the Phillies. Has it sunk in? 29 is not going to be worn by anybody else ever again?
No, and it won't. It won't till the moment happens. And I got a chance to see Tom's and didn't get a chance to see Greg's because I was still playing. But there's no way to describe it until you go through those moments. I mean, I'm kind of like that guy that when there was a big game to pitch, I didn't even think about it until I actually was able to pitch in it. And that's what it'll be for so many more people. That's what I'm looking forward to. I mean, I've enjoyed everybody here, all the people behind the scenes, all the things that made us great, you know, and it really is going to be special for them. And I hope to do it in a unique way where all my friends, family, and the 50 some that are going to be coming, I get a chance to privately thank them and then give the other people their due and try to make it as short as possible. You know that isn't going to be easy.
No, that'll never happen. Do you have an accordion?
Good luck with that.
Do you have an accordion solo plan for us for the?
You know, that's a good thought. I mean, Bill Lee brought out a bat in the I don't even know why, in the 100-year thing with Boston. Maybe I should bring out the accordion.
Why not? It'd certainly be unique.
wickets and walks to start inning number 2.
I'd rather see the accordion than hear jokes. I'll tell you that. So.
Oh no, you know, I mean, those things have gone viral, and I really can't control it. I thank you, Joe. And
oh yeah, viral is good,
and
a good description of illness.
I mean, just the other day, you know, a duck walked into the pharmacy and asked for some chapstick, and the pharmacist said, "How are you going to pay for that?" He said, "Just put it on my bill." You know, stuff like that. Put it on my bill.
Something wrong with the audio, I think.
Lance Nix, the batter. Have you written the speech yet?
I haven't. No, and that's another thing that'll just kind of be
yikes
in the moment. I have 3 simple things that I want to say, and I hope that I get to say them so they're understood. But I'm just going to let the moment take care of itself. I'm going to enjoy it, and along the way, it's with all the things going on, you know, there's daily life and busy, and I'm just, like I said, there's so many people that need to enjoy it. There's so many hands. Having gone through this little process of writing a book, you realize, regardless of whether the book turns out good or not, you realize how many people had an impact in your life. And that, for me, was a process worth doing. I don't know if I write another one, but it was worth doing to see how many different parts of your life were affected by people who took time to care.
Speaking of the book, I'm a little upset.
What happened?
I skimmed through like 35 pages and I haven't been mentioned yet.
Oh, you're in there.
Yeah, but not in the first 35 pages.
Well, it's
how
you finish. Yeah, it's how you finish.
Okay.
Must have been a lot of Detroit Tigers stuff in there.
John Smoltz starting and closing, the title of the book. Got a copy up here as Carlos Ruiz pops one out of play foul.
When's this going to be available
Tuesday.
Across the country?
Tuesday it debuts, and it really came together quick. It's just, and for you guys, you know, I mean, I'm the last person that was going to do this. I never wanted to do it for a lot of reasons that didn't. If it didn't bring the right attention or the message that I was trying to get across, then I certainly never wanted to do a book. And Don Yeager was perfect for me and getting that message across. And vulnerability, my mistakes, all the things that, you know, it's easier to cover up and not talk about. I basically explaining how things happen, you know, and how it, as a pitcher and as a father and as a person, you live and learn, and I just was never afraid to fail. And that's really kind of the excerpts of the book that hopefully will someday impact somebody.
2 balls and a strike to catcher Carlos Ruiz, and he pops it foul. That really does surprise me, because in the heyday of the Superstation, your successes and your failures were on every 5th day. Same with Tommy. You have to answer those questions, win or lose, every single day. It's sort of interesting to me that it was hard for you to put those into words and write a book about your successes and failures.
Yeah, because I think, and even Tommy will tell you, anyone who's played, there's that stuff that most people don't even know that you had to deal with and go through. And to be able to give that to a youngster or somebody who maybe would take that extra step, having known that failure is okay. Failure's great if you use it in the right way. And shoot, that's really what my life's about, overcoming and persevering. I mean, the injuries are the injuries, and we choose to handle those the way we want to. But for whatever reason, a lot of people had a hand in that motivation, that chip on your shoulder to overcome was something I had to learn at a young age. Maybe the accordion helped me out when I was 4.
2-2.
Well, now I have a question with respect to that. Everything we read about you and Tom and Greg, Steve Avery, whenever that relationship came together, and Maddox was the last one added to the mix, but it's all hunky-dory, and, you know, you guys all played golf together and had a great time, all kinds of laughs and everything, but there's got to be some dirt in there somewhere, too. I mean, did you not like any of them? Was there a time where you said,
I like this double play ball? Uggla, the turn, runner to third, 2 outs.
Where you just looked at Glavine and then turned to Greg Olson and said, you know, I really don't like this guy a whole lot?
No, honestly, I had a blast. And I think, you know, to stay with the corny theme, you know, we had a great time, and I was directing most of the extracurricular golf activities, concierge, if you will. But I think there's moments where you kind of push the button a little bit. I'll never forget with Tommy. I didn't put it in the book, but I did a little tape thing around his locker that it was funny, that he didn't think was funny and didn't talk to me for about 7 days. That's about as long as it went.
Like an athletic tape?
It was kind of like a crime scene. You know, it was like, you know, he was dealing with some things that he and I both knew, but I was just giving him direction on how to get back to the bench. It was funny at the time, but he didn't think it was so funny. But that was about it, you know.
What about you, Tom? It's your turn.
Oh, boy.
Aside from being sick of the jokes.
Yeah, no. And I tell people this all the time. You know, it will really, you talk about being blessed with your team and your teammates, and we were in terms of who we played with and what we were able to accomplish on the field. But I feel equally or doubly blessed that we, honest to God, had so much fun off the field. And, you know, to be doing what we're doing as a team, to be doing what we were doing individually, where very easily you could have had egos involved. There was none of that. I mean, we loved doing what we were doing. We loved that everybody else was having success, and we honestly fed off of that. When one guy did well, the next guy wanted to go out the next night and do just as well or better.
Popped up by Freddie Galvis over the Phillies on deck circle. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I'm sure the competition made you all better, that friendly competition, but there had to be a lot to learn from one another too, from a nightly basis when you're facing a team like the Phillies, let's say, and what the guy did to certain hitters the night before.
It was unbelievable. I made some huge mistakes. I tried to pitch like him one time, which was the greatest tragedy in the world, because he looked like he wasn't sweating and he didn't work, and I was working at 100 miles an hour. So I said, that's it. I'm pitching like Glab. Well, I think I gave up 3 hits to Dwight Gooden that day, and I got crushed against the Mets. And I think he might even said, "How'd that work for you?" You know, but we did. We were all different. We learned how to pick the brain of areas that were going to help us, and we weren't afraid to. If you had any kind of ego, it was going to be humble pie at any given night. And we had an unwritten kind of leave the guy out. No one threw a no-hitter, which is hard to believe. Mm-hmm. So if the guy threw a 2-hitter, you had to throw a 1-hitter, and it was just built in, and we fed off of it. But we did. We had a lot of fun off the field in events. You know, Glab fell in the creek at his home course. I'll never get that sound out of my mind. I mean, one hand, he's walking across this creek. Next thing I see is one club, one arm out of the water 10 feet deep. And he lost the other club, and he came out, as Glab would do, and just walked straight to his house, changed his clothes, came back and joined the group. But I couldn't swing after that. All I heard was like a splash dive from 10 feet.
Swing and a miss. You thought it was the sword of Excalibur. Hansen pitches out of the second inning mess. John Smoltz will stick around for another half inning, and we are still scoreless. And he escapes still with a tie game with Dan Uggla, Chipper Jones, and Eric Hinsky coming up against Roy Halladay, Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, Chip Caray, and of course John Smoltz, newly published.
Isn't that weird? That is way weirder than looking at your first baseball card. I didn't think that was possible.
How long did it take you to get it together?
Probably about 6 months. It wasn't that bad. I mean, it was condensed and pushed for a timing this time of the year. But like I said, I mean, if I had to do it again and never publish the book, it was worth seeing your time and effort and people, and it was pretty cool. But you'll never say all the right things. You'll never say all the things that you can't get it all in a book. You just do the best you can.
A strike to Dan Uggla. Of course, John, with the MLB Network, you follow Major League Baseball. What's the national perspective about the Braves so far in 2012?
I think the biggest thing was can they make the adjustments after last year's unfortunate collapse of a lead offensively, and I think they didn't show that signs early, but then they came out and they're doing all the little things you have to do to be effective. And the bottom line is, can their starters give their bullpen the rest they need for the course of the season? And so far so good, because evidence of what a great bullpen can do, but if you don't get to them in the fashion that most teams like to with the lead, then it doesn't do you a whole lot of good.
Halliday with the strikeout of Uggla, his first of the ball game. That brings up Chipper Jones,
who gave us a scouting report before the game, guys. It's our Home Depot tools from the dugout. And he talked about what you got to do to beat Roy Halliday. And he said you got to cover 21 to 23 inches of the plate, which is typically 17 inches wide. Then you got to figure out what's working. On one night it might be his curveball, another night it might be his slider or changeup. And then you got to be aggressive early in the count, and you got to talk to your teammates about what he did to them and what he wants to go to within the at bat.
A roller out to Galvis at second, and there's the second out.
But I liked what he said, guys, and you guys, I'd like to know what your thoughts are about having to cover 21 to 23 inches. That puts a lot of pressure on a hitter.
No, I think as a pitcher, that's what you're trying to do, is you're trying to make that plate as big as you can, not only from the umpire's perspective, but from the hitter's perspective too. I mean, it was always that rule of thumb that hitters can't cover both sides of the plate. So if there's one side you want to own, then you better show them that you're willing to go to the other side, and Halliday certainly does a good job of that.
I think the biggest thing is don't be shocked by a bad pitch, because he's so good that you might miss those bad pitches. You're always anticipating, like Chipper said, the expansion of the plate, and the next thing you know, you miss those ones that are mediocre at best. He doesn't throw many, but I think the one thing with Halliday is that he's around the plate, and you've got to pick something out that you're going to attack and just be committed with it, and that's the hard part for a hitter.
You pitched a lot like this guy, though, John. You're a power guy. Were there nights in your fastball slider were your strengths, but were there nights where you said, okay, this isn't working, I'm going to have to go to more of a changeup or curveball instead of the slider?
Yeah,
he'll do that.
The biggest thing is he has such an edge. Okay, he's got a mental edge over most of the hitters, and like Chipper said, he's trying to find a weakness before that edge beats them before he even gets done.
John, can we have you stick around for another half inning?
Sure.
Got about 8,000 questions.
We're not going to pay you.
That's okay.
Outdoors by AT&T Uverse. by Delta Airlines, and by Toyota. Scoreless game as we head to inning number 3. Tommy Hanson back on the mound facing his opponent tonight, Roy Halladay of the Phillies.
John, we asked this question, or Chip actually asked this question last night. Can Roy Halladay win 300 games? And we discussed it briefly in our opening comments and had a graphic up that will show you, comparing it to Tom and to Greg Maddux with respect to their age, which is we're trying to make it virtually the same age of 34, about to be 35. And it had to do with wins, of course, and starts, innings, complete games. Halliday at 191 wins. He's 34, about to be 35. He's going to have to really go to the whip.
Yeah, and he has the last 4 years, obviously. If you get a chance and haven't seen the interview of Sports Illustrated did on him, it's fascinating how he reinvented himself. And I think he's taken this level of perfection to the next level of, I'm going to ride it out. I don't know if he'll pitch another 7 years. But I think if there's anybody that can get close, based on he's almost winning 19 and 20 games his last 4 years. He's on a great team. Now, if this team sputters and doesn't score, then I don't think there's a chance. But with the way pitching is and the way he knows how to pitch, shoot, Jamie Moyer, kidding me?
Right?
That's unreal. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Moore is doing everything he can to try and get to 300 wins.
And even if he doesn't, I've asked this question of Joe and Tom. Is Jamie Moyer, in your estimation, a guy that should have Hall of Fame credentials?
I think when you again, that's always that subjective thing. When you pitch that long and you survive so many different eras, what is that? He's pitched to 8%.
Almost 10%.
It's amazing.
Jamie Moyer has pitched to almost 10% of all the players in the history of Major League Baseball.
That's amazing. And who knows if the way baseball has evolved with all the clouds that has surrounded it, if it doesn't elevate his chances a little bit more.
Does that make you and Tom even prouder of your accomplishments, considering the era in which you pitched?
No doubt. I mean, that's one thing that we, in the face of every kind of different era we went through, whether it was the strike zone or the ball juiced or the bat or then the body, I think we always found a way, or tried to find a way, to do it and get it done. And I know, being with Tommy longer than anybody, I mean, I got to see that stubbornness, that willingness to get it done better than anyone. And even when they made it a flat out point to change the strike zone around him and Greg, as frustrating as that is, you know, you go through a period where it ain't fair, it ain't right, why me, da-da-da. He never did. He just found a way to get it done, and tribute to the amount of wins that you can get after a certain point. Because when they take something away that you're so used to and so good at, and I'll be the first to say it, I mean, it was a strike zone change because two guys that could do what they did for as long as they did. And somehow I get locked into that, which is a little unfair.
You yell at the umpires and say, hey, it wasn't me?
Yeah. It was a little unfair. Like, every time I see an ex-player, like, yeah, you guys, you used to get so many. What?
It's guilt by association. You know?
What are you proudest of, John? The wins as a starting pitcher or all the saves as a closer?
You know, it's always a great question. I have come to appreciate the saves as a closer because of how hard it is to win as a starter. You need luck, and you need the right situation, and guys all doing their job, and unless you're going 9 all the time. But this is what I used to always have an appreciation when I was starting. It isn't that easy to close a game out night in and night out. It really isn't. I mean, everyone separates and goes 3 outs. How hard is that? But I learned at a fast pace, and I had my desire. I told Tommy this earlier today. I said, I never wanted to blow a game that a starter had going. And I don't know that I ever did. I know I blew some games, and I think it was games that another reliever may have been in line for the win. But it's just something about that, having 14 years of knowing what that was like, how hard you had to work and wait every 5 days to get a potential win. And a starter can be credited and discredited, give blame and too much credit. I mean, I know how it works. But never do you get the kind of attention that you get when you come into the 9th inning. You get 3 outs, and the starter's in the dugout. He did all the work. I mean, it's really kind of a weird job.
Well, especially when they play such dominant closer entrance music as Dancing Queen.
Yes. That was lovely.
It was
nice choice.
I tell you what.
Hey, that was better than they used to be running some sort of what did they have? They had some sort of promotion for the first couple of times he came out in the field. We're all like, what's going on? You can't do better than that?
I had to put the bullpen crew, which I had blessed, by the way, with 3 ex-closers down there. Darren Holmes, Steve Reed, Remlinger was down there. We had a veteran crew, and I said, you guys got to help me out. I can't come out to Dancing Queen. I got the CD in my car. It was not like I had something against it. But I can't come out to Dancing Queen. And so they put it together, and they said, the next time you come out of the mound, to the mound, you are not going to believe. I said, please, don't embarrass me. I mean, don't do something where I got to think I don't want to come out there. And what happened. It took over, and I was blown away. I'll be honest with you. I mean, Thunderstruck is not me.
Oh.
It's not me. I grew up listening to Lawrence Welk and playing the accordion when I was.
I was just going to say barrel polka or something.
So it ended up sticking, and I owe it to ABBA and Dancing Queen.
You wouldn't be where you are now were it not for ABBA. No balls in a strike to Polanco. Rollins was at first base and still is. May have gotten some dirt in his eye. The Phillies trainer came halfway out.
Tommy Hansen has worked real hard this offseason to try to speed up his delivery out of the stretch. But let's do the Twitter.
It's multitasking. I mean, I can do 2 things at once.
Hey, Glav, I've gone to. This is going to blow you away, Joe. I'm now on the iPad for score. Like my score.
Really?
Yeah, it's all on the iPad.
I've seen that a lot of Little League games now.
Yep.
Everybody's doing that.
But it's great. And I blew it up the first 3 times. Had to go to the software for help. But I actually this last game completed a full game.
Beautiful hit and run, and Rollins will make his way to third base with 1 out.
There's that professional hitter again.
There he is. I started to ask you a second ago, John, about Hansen trying to speed up his delivery, working on his stretch to try to prevent so many stolen bases that plagued him last year. Is there any thoughts that you have on the way he comes out of the stretch that might help speed him up without affecting all of his mechanics?
Yeah, and that's the double-edged sword, because it starts with your feet. I mean, I know his arm action is his arm action, but if he can deliver the weight transfer a little bit quicker from his feet, that'll transfer to his arm. And sometimes you can't alter something that's going to totally take away from his pitches to the plate. It's only something you can work on in the offseason and spring training, and then you got to let naturally happen when you get in a big league game.
Well, I know that's one of the things that Roger talked about that they worked on all winter was speeding up his lower half. That's what he said. If the lower half speeds up, then the arm's got to follow.
And it sounds easy, but it's not, especially if you've got a long arm, or in his case, kind of a hitch and a lever that kind of whips the baseball to home plate. And so we watched Greg Maddux basically make a mockery of guys stealing second and third, but he was a fluke to, you just can't get away with that over the course of time. No, he didn't care. He made the best pitch he could make going home. But it's something you just got to be athletically inclined to want to do. And if you put in the effort, you can improve it.
Good pitch to Victorino. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But like John just said, it's not as easy as it sounds. And the example would be like a hitter who's struggling. Every time you hear a hitter that's struggling, it's always he's talking about his timing. He's too fast. He's too slow. He's not getting his foot down at the right time. Well, as a pitcher, you try to speed up by just a tiny little bit, and you change that time in which your arm's getting through where you're used to making a pitch. You don't have much confidence in where it's going.
Line past Freeman into right field for a hit. 3 straight Phillies singles. Heading for third is Polanco, and he'll make it. And the Phillies have jumped in front 1-0.
This guy at the plate's a perfect example of how you don't hit prototypical. You wouldn't teach this kind of swing.
It's exactly what Tommy said a minute ago when he came up the first time. And then Hansen made a good pitch on a fastball in on his hands, and he hit it about 390 feet to center field.
Five hits already for the Phillies. 56 pitches for Hansen. He's in the third. Boy, Halliday has the lead. And now Pence behind in the count, strike one.
Have you gotten close to a foul ball yet, Glad?
No, we really haven't. Not here. They've been all around us, but.
Did one go in the booth yesterday?
No. It was
next door. Phillies booth. We've got a fishnet someplace back there, just in case.
We wouldn't need it. If it's within catching distance, I got it.
Yeah, all right. That's what I thought.
Yeah, right.
That's what I thought. It was a horrible experience.
Yes, it was.
2 million hits on YouTube, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention the hit I took.
Not to
mention the fact that you used to be a base. Now you're kind of a tenor.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I do have to say this about Tommy Hanson, though. For a young guy who has had to have a small learning curve because he's expected to win, where Tommy and I didn't have to win and we didn't play on the teams he's playing on, he has handled outside all the lack of runs, the lack of luck, all the things that have not been afforded. His record is nowhere close to what it should be. And then, of course, you had to go through the change this year mechanics. I just can't say enough. I don't know that I could have handled it outwardly as well as he has under the pressure of having to win now.
Runner at first goes, pitch in the dirt, no chance for McCann. Victorino has stolen base. He's now 8 for 8 on the year.
14 for 14 dating back to last season. I'd be very careful here. If anything, Pence is a little more up on the bat, choking up than he was.
Frustrating to face a guy like this, Hunter Pence. You make a pitch like this and you're not rewarded.
Yeah, it is, and credit to him. I mean, he said, "Look, they've been taking away too many hits from up the middle, and I made a conscious effort to go that way." In the game, that doesn't exist enough. It's like a pet peeve of mine. I mean, you have the shifts, and guys hit into the shifts because they're trying to hit home runs. He gave himself up, and it helped his team win a baseball game.
McCann held it there, didn't get the call, and now the count runs full. Was it a strike?
At the front door, that slider just off the plate inside.
I wish I'd have learned that pitch 12 years earlier.
Yeah, that's
unbelievable once you learn it.
Why is it so effective?
Well, because you don't expect it for a hitter, and it's almost for a guy who closes his stance and goes to attack the ball and is looking for a ball to play, it locks him up. Typically, they tell you not to pitch that because that's the one that could go a long way if he's looking for it. You can't throw it to everybody. But the guys that were on the plate right-handed for me gave me such fits that once I learned how to throw that slider at him, it was a whole new window I opened, a whole new door. It's like with Glab. I mean, he's one of the first guys to throw changeups to left-handers, lefty to lefty. And, you know, now you see it all the time. You look, Cole Hamels, that's all he did yesterday. And once you start realizing that the prototypical do's and don'ts aren't all across the board, it opens up a whole new way of getting guys out that maybe before you would be atypical to how you get a left-hander out, curveball and slider and all that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's changed a lot in the games is the willingness to see guys do stuff that 10 years ago, no, you can't do that. You know, and that's what makes guys good is not listening to people say, no, you can't do that. You experiment on it yourself and try to figure out, you know, well, maybe I can. Maybe I am the exception to the rule.
2 days ago, James McDonald did that for the Pirates, threw his curveball at a lot of right-handed hitters and got them all to flinch. It was very effective.
Second walk. Pence is at first. The bases are loaded now for Ty Wigginton and Roger McDowell on his way out. A very long inning for Tommy Hanson.
A lot of pitches, too. That was the 5th 3-ball count in his last 9 batters. He's up to 63 pitches already.
This is the hard part right here, and I guarantee you Roger's going, look, this guy's aggressive. This guy's a first ball, you know, likes to swing. He can. Right after that double yesterday, he got that base hit to score the 2 runs. So you got to pay attention to those things. When the bases gets loaded, sometimes you lose the meetings that you had in the morning or the day of the game, and it's a good trip here for for Roger to remind him, because more than likely he's swinging first pitch. If I had one wish in baseball as a pitcher, that's what I wish I knew a hitter's doing. Is he taking or is he swinging? It would have made life a lot easier.
At least not, especially on pitch one.
Right,
you know?
right. Used to drive me nuts. I'd throw a good slider and he was taken. It didn't matter.
Well, let's see what Wigginton has in mind. Bases loaded, 1 out. He was taking a strike.
Getting 1 run here is one thing, but giving up much more than that with Roy Halliday on the mound is what's in the back of your mind too, that you can't give up 2 or 3 as tough as Halliday can be.
Popped up. Will it stay in play? Near the Phillies on deck circle. Chipper Jones has room. Big second out.
And speaking of Halliday, he's got to be over there kicking the bench somewhere, because he has been only getting 1 run a game.
Well, when it's going bad, you know that every guy that knows your teammate goes, there's your 1.
Yeah.
Go get him. You know it's not going to last, but it's not fun when you go through those stretches.
So Lance Nix bats. He has a single in tonight's game. He was erased on a double play in the second. 1-0 Phillies. Jimmy Rollins has scored the game's first run. And Tommy misses low, ball 1.
So it's really like this all the time. You don't have a producer in your ear talking to you like the one that I mean, is it really like this? You guys can do your game without a producer yakking in your ear?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Wow. I think you know what I'm talking about. And I think you know what I'm talking about, Chip.
He's cursing us all somewhere in North Atlanta right now, probably. 1 ball, 1 strike. Do you enjoy the TV gig, John? I mean, do you miss the competition, or is the TV?
You know, it's a good fill.
Yeah.
I enjoy the game. I don't enjoy all that leads up to actually doing the game.
Really?
Yeah, I don't enjoy that part.
You don't like the 5-star hotels and the big steak dinners?
Not that.
Oh.
It's all the meetings and the lack of golf that I was told I was going to be able to play when I go to do a game.
Tough when work gets in the way, isn't it?
We'll talk.
Yeah. Man, you guys got it nice, though. You could do these things.
2 balls and a strike. 1 more, Tommy. 2-2.
You know, and I kind of what I put in the book too is I've learned to keep it simple, stupid. I've used some words that I have no business using, and it doesn't come out right. Blab knows my language.
I was just going to ask you, can we look forward to some of your language in the book?
I'm more fearful for writing the message in the books, because I'm going to misspell words and you're going to go, what are you doing? Writing a book.
I'll know exactly what you're saying.
Driven to right. Well hit. And it is off the wall. Hinske couldn't corral it. And the Phillies get a big blow from Lance Nix. And it's 4-0.
Went down and got one, but he's a good low ball hitter. Hinske took a quick peek to see how much room he had, but he wasn't going to get there to get this one. It was jumping off his bat. Actually just eluded him. And with 2 outs, of course, the runners are off on the crack of the bat.
So Roy Halliday has been staked to a 4-run lead. And Hansen has to start over with Carlos Ruiz. And a fly ball foul. Bullpen for the Braves starts to work.
36 pitches this inning. And had thrown 36 total in the first 2.
2 quick strikes.
Well, you know, it's not a good feeling when a team that is predicted to do as well as Philadelphia has scored 2 or fewer runs in all those games, and they've got the record they've got. You know, it's one of those. Most teams.
Low, up and in. And Ruiz on his knees looks out at Tommy Hanson. That one got away, and Ruiz got smoked.
Definitely buzzed the tower, but it may have gotten the elbow pad he's got on.
So 2 on now, 2 out, 4 in for the Phillies. And Freddie Galvis, who struck out his first time, is ahead in the count. What's going through your mind, guys, when you have a 40-pitch inning and you're 1 strike away, and all of a sudden 1 swing of the bat changes everything?
Well, the biggest thing is you've got to find a way to convince yourself you got an inning or 2 hopefully left to pitch. You can't just mail it in and get it out and help your team.
Galvis drives that deep center, and that ends the inning. John, great to see you. Good luck with the book. Can't wait to see you here for your jersey retirement ceremony when the Blue Jays are in town. June 8th is the day when we say aloha to number 29.
Thanks, guys.
John Smoltz.
Hey, go down and rally the troops.
Baseball is brought to you in part by Ford, by the Home Depot, by Jameson Inn, by Checkers, and by AT&T. Braves have some work to do. Down 4 runs to Roy Halliday here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Again, our thanks to John Smoltz. Really excited about his book. John Smoltz starting and closing the title, Perseverance, Faith, and One More Year. Very excited to see him here on June 8th for his jersey retirement day. I know you've been through it where you've been the main event as Pastor Nicky is carved up for the first out.
Yeah, I think he's taking the right approach. I mean, I had the same question asked of me all the time. Well, what does it feel? How are you going to feel? And my answer is always I don't know what to tell you how it's going to feel, because I know what it feels like today. Talking about it is not what it's going to be that day. And I know what it's not going to be that night when I see that number unveiled for the first time.
Exactly. I thought he was underestimating that big time. When they pull the curtain off that number 29, there's going to be a whole lot of different feelings than just for other people.
I mean, Joe and I were commenting on that last year when yours went up. We could see, almost hear the gasp when 47 went up there.
Yeah, because you're still kind of pinching yourself, like, what am I doing here? How did I get here? And then it's like, oh my God, look at that.
And we asked Chipper about that earlier this year, and he had a great line too. He said, one of the things that I'm really excited about my retirement is my kids will finally call me Dad, not Chipper Jones.
Yeah.
Hansen's still in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you go through some of those changes. You know, I know my kids they're much less tolerant now of people wanting autographs and stuff like that, because now I'm Dad. I'm not the baseball player anymore. You know, so it's like, come on, Dad, can we go? Come on, you know. Whereas before they understood it, you know, but now it's like, all right, this is our time now. This is Dad, and he's not playing anymore. So, you know, so you'll go through some of that. Your kids, there'll be some changes for them.
Halliday strikes out Hansen. That's his 3rd of the game and 2nd in a row. And we go back to the top of the Atlanta order with 2 outs. Since 2002, Roy Halladay is one of 3 pitchers with 150 or more wins. Can you name the other 2 pitchers to do that over the last 10 years? Michael Bourne, ground ball to second. Just what Halliday wanted, a momentum inning. He keeps it in his dugout. He leads by 4, heading to the 4th. Again, it's always great to have John Smoltz join us for a few moments. Braves fans, now it's your turn to chat with him. John's hosting a Sports South Twitter takeover right now. Follow at Sports South and tweet your questions using hashtag FSChat. Joe, you know what a hashtag is now. You
Yes, it's like a baseball web.
Yeah, can you draw it for us?
No.
Oh.
I thought that was the number sign.
Maybe tomorrow.
It is, but
kind of like some of the words in our language have 2 meanings. Now that symbol has 2 meanings.
Or pretty much John's vocabulary.
No, it's all his words only had 1 meaning. It was just 2 words combined.
Oh. Here's Halliday. I think John touched on it with Halliday when He was out pitching, how he came back and reinvented himself. It really is a remarkable story. It's been told many times. It was in a great Sports Illustrated article. In Halliday's second big league start against the Tigers, he took a no-hitter into the 9th inning with 2 outs. Second big league start. Bobby Higginson hit a pinch hit home run to spoil the shutout and the no-hit bid. Halliday in 1999 started 18 games, relieved 18 times. In the year 2000 was 4-7 with a 10-point ERA. The next year he went all the way down to A-ball after pitching in the major leagues and totally rebuilt his delivery. As he's taken a left turn, Hansen strikes him out. Mel Queen said, "I want you to throw sidearm." Roy Halladay was thinking like Gene Garber sidearm. Mel Queen said, "No, just drop your arm angle to high 3/4, I guess." And that's where all that sink and deception started, and what's potentially a Hall of Fame career got back on track.
A guy who's built a lot like Roy Halladay, maybe a little bit lighter, has tried to copy that delivery, and that's Charlie Morton. He looks like a Roy Halladay clone. And it seems to be working for Charlie too.
Rollins has singled and scored. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Now 2-2.
Rollins, of course, a free agent during the past winter, but re-signed with the Phillies, a 3-year deal and an option for a 4th.
He hits a towering fly ball to right center. Michael Bourne says he'll make the catch, and he does. And that's the second out. Let's check in with Tom Hart.
All right, guys, speaking of Jimmy Rollins, he is on Twitter. By the way, the fans at FS Braves really love having Smoltz in the booth for a couple innings. Here's what Jimmy tweeted. "Looks to be another good series versus the Braves. That's what division rivalry is all about." Joe, you mentioned his new contract, and with the Phillies' offensive struggles, it also came with a new spot in the lineup. They tried him at third. That was a disaster. Hit .229 through 18 games. Now he's a little bit over 400, back to his home in the leadoff spot.
It was pretty much by necessity, Tom, because with Uggla out, they didn't have what you would consider a bona fide 3-hole hitter. Victorino's in that spot right now, and I bet if you asked him, he'd rather bat leadoff or 6th in the lineup where he's very productive.
We touched on that last night. It seems so surprising, perhaps, to the casual fan that it makes such a big difference for a player to hit in a different spot in the lineup.
I think it applies to what your strengths and weaknesses are and what you consider yourself, what kind of player you consider yourself. Victorino's certainly a fast runner and leadoff type guy, but he's also got a little pop. So, okay, you can fit in that 3 spot, drive in some runs. But when he's batting 6th, he's like he kind of loses some of that image as a leadoff guy and starts trying to drive the ball more.
I can see a guy having a tough time going from, 1st to 3rd or 4th, or from the middle of the lineup to leadoff, because it's almost as close as you're going to get to a completely different approach in terms of what production is expected out of you. But I wonder sometimes what's the difference between hitting 3rd and 5th, or what's the difference between hitting 4th and 6th. But psychologically,
Just out of reach of Tyler Pasternicki, and Polanco's 3 for 3 tonight.
But psychologically, it's just some guys get used to hitting in a certain spot, and then at some point in time it just becomes part of their routine, and they don't want to be out of that routine.
Well, it's because that the situations repeat themselves time and time again in terms of what your responsibility is, and that's what you've worked to get good at.
And you didn't pitch out of the bullpen. You were a starting pitcher, but John could probably answer this. What's the difference between closing, pitching the 8th, pitching the 7th in relief?
Well, you still have a little bit of a security blanket when you're not the last guy. You know, it's like I've heard so many people say, John included. As a closer, if you have a bad day or you have a bad inning, everybody has a bad day. You know, as a starter, you might have a bad inning, but you could still recover as a team. As a 7th inning guy, you might have a bad inning, but you still got 2 innings to recover. Closer has a bad inning. Most of the time, it's lights out. You don't have any time to recover from it. But I always wanted to find out offensively. I mean, I hear how hard it is to hit in the 8-hole. I can't tell you how many times I'd come in when I was swinging good and tell Bobby, hey, move me up a spot in the 8-hole. I'm hot. He never bought it, though. He'd never do it.
But he listened.
Yeah, I was giving it. Yeah, we'll think about it. I'll let you know after batting practice.
One of those nights tonight for Tommy. 93 pitches, 54 strikes.
That's what we talked about, I think, in the first inning. Command of the fastball.
He made a start against the Phillies last year and pitched great. 7 innings, 4 hit ball, gave up only 1 run and got no decision. Lifetime 1 and 2 against the Phillies, and in his starts against them, he's been given an average of 1.9 runs of support.
Another single, this one to right field by Victorino, who has 2 hits.
Well, that's a big at bat right here. You could argue even with Halliday that 4 runs is too much, but you certainly don't want to give him a 5 or a 6 run lead.
And that's going to do it for Tommy Hanson, it would appear. Hanson allows 8 hits, 7 of them singles. And he's unable to get out of inning number 4 on this hot night in Atlanta. Phillies 4, Braves nothing, 2 on, 2 out. Braves fans, as you watch our game, make sure you're getting all the up-to-minute stats with Game Connect on FoxSportsSouth.com. This powerful tool is tracking pitch counts, player and pitcher matchups, plus the most talked about moments of the game. Check out Game Connect right now on FoxSportsSouth.com.
Tough night for Tommy Hanson, just 3 2/3 innings. Spend 4 days preparing for a game against a good team like you know the Phillies were going to bring to town. Kind of hard to take, huh?
It is, and that's, you know, one of the bad parts about being a starting pitcher is, to some extent, he's going to chew on that for the next 4 days until he gets a chance to go back out there. But, you know, I know for us in the day, it was always you gave yourself until the next game started the next day to either be happy with how you pitched or be ticked off about how you pitched. And then you got to let it go. It's back about the team, and then you start thinking about the things you need to do to prepare for your next start. And that starts in the weight room after your start, or it starts watching film, whatever it is that you think you got to do to get things back on track. And I know for me, it was early in my career before we had a lot of video to use. It was, you know, you'd think about the game, think about the things that you thought you did well, the things you didn't think you did very well, see if it was just one of those nights, or if you had to felt like you were feeling something in your mechanics that you wanted to try and fix in your next bullpen session. You know, and then once video came around, I like to spend a little time, go in, watch the game, see if I was making bad pitches or if I was making decent pitches they were hitting, because sometimes you tend to make too much out of it. And sometimes I think if you go in and look and see that, well, you know what, I wasn't as bad as I thought. So the adjustments or the things I need to fix aren't wholesale. Maybe it's a little bit here, a little bit there. So at least you had something in your mind for that next bullpen session to get ready.
Remember the old charts? You guys would, the next night's pitcher would always chart the game.
Mm-hmm.
Were you able to go back and look at those charts and remember pitches you made and say, hey, there's one, there's two, shouldn't have done that?
Yeah,
because you didn't have the video availability.
Right. You could. I mean, and I think that's part of what made the relationships that we had with other guys great here too. Is that, you know, for the most part, you could remember some of the sequences, and particularly the ones that were bad results. And then you could always go to a John or you could go to Good Doggy and say, hey, you remember this bad part right here, that pitch? Was that bad a pitch, or did he hit a good pitch? And you knew you were going to get honest feedback, and then you had something to go forward with.
Christian Martinez answers the AT&T call to the bullpen with Hunter Pence up, a ball and 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, 4-run Philly game.
Christian's coming off his best outing of the year against Pittsburgh on the 28th.
Bouncing ball to short. Quick flip to second, close play, but in time to retire Victorino. And the Phillies, bottom of the 4th inning. Red Hats tonight at Turner Field.
And Roy Halliday, as a Philly, not just when he's been given a lead of 4 runs, which he has now, but when he's been given a lead period as a Philly, 42-4.
Sounds like someone we know very well. He pitches for the Braves and just made his first start of the season the other day. Tim Hudson.
given a lead of 3 or more in his career. Almost unbeatable. But there's 5 losses up there.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance.
Prado up the middle. Ball bounced off the mound in a favorable way for Jimmy Rollins. And that's 8 up, 8 down for Halliday. Remember, the Braves put 2 runners on, back-to-back hits in the first inning. Might have scored the first run had Ty Wigginton not speared a rocket shot off the bat of Michael Bourne. Then a 3-6-1 double play erased the Braves in that first inning. And no one's reached since. One ball, no strikes. Joe, I know you've seen some dominant pitching performances in your playing career and your broadcasting career, but you got to call his playoff no-hitter.
It was fun to watch, and that line that Chipper had about the 23 inches you got to cover, that was a great example of that night. He was phenomenal with all his pitches to both sides of the plate. Johnny Gomes from the Reds had a great description that night. He said he had 8 pitches working. 4 to the inside corner and 4 to the outside corner.
Not much you can do with that when a guy's commanding all of his pitches on both sides of the plate.
Galvis, beautiful play. Remember, that kid has never played second base at the professional level until this season. You wouldn't know it with the way he's flashed the leather in this series.
One of the scouting reports I got on him was he looks fast, but he's really not fast. He's just extremely quick. The first step, and that was an excellent crossover step there to plug up that hole. He actually moved over a little bit when he saw the side for a breaking ball, figuring Freeman would pull it.
Brian McCann picks up a 2-out hit.
How about throwing some kudos Brian's way? He earns them certainly with all of his success at the big league level, but he's really cut down on his strikeouts. Not that he was a big strikeout guy before. The most he's ever struck out in any one season is 98. That was 2 years ago. But so far on the year, only 7 strikeouts and 75 at bats. Came into the game number 3 as the toughest to strike out in the National League.
Monster fly ball foul off the bat of Dan Uggla. And the count 0-1.
And I don't think Lance Nix had any idea where that ball went. And he was yelling into Rollins to let him know that I didn't see it. Toughest out that night might have been the last one on that no-hitter, Chip. Brandon Phillips of the Reds had kind of a swinging bunt out in front of the plate down the first base line a little bit. And when Phillips let go of the bat when he's running down the line, it stopped in a way that the ball kind of rolled up to the bat. And Carlos Ruiz almost overran it, picked it up, and from his knees threw him out at first in the game.
Halliday, one of 5 men with no hitters in the same calendar year. Did that in 2010. Nolan Ryan, Virgil Trucks, Allie Reynolds, and Johnny Vandermeer also turned the trick. And he strikes out Dan Uggla for the second time and maintains a 4-0 lead. 5th inning in Atlanta. Hot dog. And a meal fit for a king if you're a baseball fan. And if you're an Auburn fan, no doubt who our McDonald's fan of the game is tonight.
Speaking of kings, Gene Chizik, the head football coach of the Auburn Tigers, with his son at the ballpark.
I think a lot of those guys were in town this week, weren't they, for a tournament, golf tournament or something, Chick-fil-A tournament? Up at Lake Coney, Reynolds Plantation, I think.
A base hit by Ty Wigginton. Well, Gene and his son Callie, guests of maybe the biggest Auburn fan in history. Braves assistant trainer Jim Lovell. There's Lovey.
Or Eagle. He'll shout it from the rooftops.
Yes, he will.
Here's Nix.
Started to tell you about Christian Martinez's last outing, last inning against the Pirates. 3 innings, a 1-hit shutout ball. No walks, 4 strikeouts. Had a hard slider working that night.
Fly ball to left. 1 out. That ends Nix's perfect night. He's 2 for 3 so far. Hope you'll join us at the Swanee Town Center for Braves Game on the Green this Saturday, May 5th. All the fun starts at 6 o'clock. You can watch the Braves game on a huge outdoor movie screen. There'll be a live concert, inflatables for the kids, and a whole lot more. For more information, visit braves.com/gameonthegreen. We will be in Colorado on Saturday to face the Rockies. Ball and a strike to Ruiz, who was hit into a double play and has been hit by a pitch. An out of play foul. Braves are in the middle of a long stretch, 33 games in 34 days. And here's what we have up until May the 19th on our Jamison Inn upcoming schedule.
Yeah, those 4 days at home might seem like just another stop on that lengthy road trip. And while 2-game series are not a big deal when you're playing at home because you're still at home, boy, if you're on the road, those 2-game series are awful.
Yeah, they're the worst. Half the time you don't even unpack.
No.
That's essentially what you're doing. Come home, drop off some laundry, pick some up, and go back.
Yep.
You guys will be all right.
Ruiz into left center field. Long run for Bourne. He's not going to get that ball. It's up against the fence. Wigginton around third. He's going to be waved. The Pasternicki throw is late. And Wigginton will go get some oxygen after he scores the 5th Phillies run.
That's a long run for Shrek.
Ruiz with a little payback, even though it wasn't Martinez the one. He's not the one that hit him. And there's a guy at first. You're the outfielder, and you can't run that one down, and you're just hoping for a real quick bounce off the wall so you can turn and fire and get the ball in quickly. When it short hops the wall like that and goes up so high in the air, it seems like it takes forever for it to come down.
Cue shot by Galvis, foul, strike 1.
Those 2-day stops when you're on the road, what I like to do is just unzip my suitcase about a third of the way and just stick my arm in there, and whatever I pull out, I'm in business for the day.
That's into right center field and launched. Ruiz will score easily. Galvis with a double. Well, Michael Bourne might need a 20-second timeout to catch his breath.
Location.
Yeah, you don't want to leave a fastball over the plate to anybody, particularly those young guys. That's how they got here. Proving they could hit a fastball.
So it's 6-0. Roy Halladay in the batter's box.
Braves actually don't see the Phillies again until right before the All-Star break in July. At this pace, that may be too soon.
Charlie Emanuel said his club came to town just hoping to tread water until they got some of their big hitters back. As Halliday puts the ball in play. Runner to third, 2 outs. Last night the Phillies scored 4 runs on 11 hits. They have 6 runs on 11 hits tonight. They're only in the 5th. And we talked a lot last night about, okay, the Phillies are under 500. Not scoring many runs, but they are still the Phillies.
No, it's a similar conversation to what we had with the Pirates in town. You know, they're not hitting a lot, and obviously for the Phillies, in large part because they're missing some pretty big bats in their lineup, but they can still pitch. And when you're running the guys that they're running out there in their starting rotation day in and day out, they're going to give you an opportunity to win some games. And you know, obviously there's something about being here in Atlanta that has woken their offense up a little bit here these last 2 games.
Charlie was saying before the ball game, Tom, and it may have had a positive effect on their offense, is that they've been playing in some cold weather. unlike the Braves, who have not played in any chilly weather at all.
Jimmy Rollins, cue shot toward Chipper. And he'll make the play to retire the side. The Phillies score 2 runs. They do that on 3 more hits.
Halliday, he also had this to say about facing him.
I love facing Doc. I mean, he's as good as it gets. He's tough to put the ball in play against. He's the chess match between he and I don't know what he would say, you know, if asked the question, but I love the chess match with him because it's, you know, he's throwing the whole kitchen sink at me, in, out, and pitchers that are able to sink and cut the ball on both sides of the plate. Those are the good ones.
And Chipper jumps the first pitch and is 1 for 2 tonight.
Well, if you ask Doc's probably going to say, I don't like the chess match so much. You're hitting 500 off of me.
Right. And made a pretty good pitch there and jammed him.
And I think that's something you're going to see that's a little bit out of the norm here. When your team's down by 6 runs, a lot of times you take the approach of, all right, well, let's take a strike. Let's see if this guy will get himself in trouble. But that Chipper, that scouting report he gets, sometimes that first pitch you see is the best one you're going to get. Very similar to what you heard people talk about with Greg. You know, when they get in the box, get ready to hit, because sometimes that first pitch you see is going to be the best one you're going to get. And if you're sitting on a certain pitch, it might be 0-2 before you know it.
Line drive left. That'll get down in front of Nix. And Tommy, doesn't that sometimes play right into the hand of that starting pitcher? Because if the hitter misses that pitch, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Absolutely it does. I mean, those are the kind of games where you can see a guy give up a bunch of hits, or you can see a guy get through the game at a relatively low pitch count. So it can go either way. But, you know, and sometimes, too, you get in these kinds of games for a pitcher like Halliday where it's, you know, grind, and particularly this season where he hasn't had a lot of runs. And all of a sudden your mentality is you're not trying to be so fine. You're looking a little bit more into the strike zone, so guys might see even better pitches to him.
Halliday's lost 2 straight starts. Last time he's lost 3 in a row was 2010. He's got a big lead tonight, 6-0 in the 5th.
I think we're guys like Halliday and yourself, Maddox, when you've got a young hitter like Pasternak, and you know the scouting report is that he likes to go to right field. That's what he's concentrating on, what he's trying to do for the Braves.
Up the middle, a base hit for Pasternak. And the Braves have loaded the bases with nobody out.
It gives you an idea of exactly how to work this guy and how you can get him out because of the command. And just as I was about to say that, he makes a mistake and Tyler bangs one up the middle.
No, exactly. I mean, if you know guys typically trying to go the other way, then you know he's looking away, and you can sometimes feed off of him looking in a certain area, and that's what Ted Simmons. One of the biggest things I ever learned about pitching was from Ted Simmons. He's like, hey, even though a guy's looking for a certain pitch or looking at a certain location, doesn't mean you can't throw it there. Just throw it where he can't hit it. And I think that's the whole thing of feeding on a hitter, feeding on them guessing right. Because a lot of times the hitter will tell you, if I guess right, I'm swinging. And a lot of times they're swinging at pitches that aren't strikes simply because they guessed the right pitch or they guessed the right location.
Juan Francisco pinch hits for Christian Martinez. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Well, to reiterate that first pitch item, he's given up 206 homers in his career, and the most have come on the first pitch. 19% of them.
Second chance in the game offensively for the Braves. They had 2 on, 1 out in the first. A double play ended that inning. Now Francisco behind 0-2 with a Brave at every base and nobody out in the top of the order lurking behind.
Last night he had a couple of good at bats against Cole Hamels, trying to go the other way. Maybe with that in mind, try to not necessarily throw a strike with that backdoor slider, but at least just show it to him, see if he'll chase it.
Good battle here. Francisco spoiled a couple of pitches. Popped up. Infield fly. Michael Bourne, the hitter.
Here's what makes Roy Halliday so tough. He starts out with a backdoor breaking ball, strike one. Climbs the ladder a little bit with a fastball. Change up down over the plate. Tries to come back with that backdoor missed. He's back in a similar area this time, but with a change up. And once you got him thinking back outside, come back in with the cutter and on the fist. Nice easy pop up.
Great opportunity for the Braves to get right back in this ball game, though. A couple of base hits. They've loaded them up this season with the bases loaded. Not too much damage. Hopefully this at bat changes that.
One ball, no strikes. Braves of late have hit a little cold spell with runners in scoring position. That helps. 2 balls, no strikes. And here's a look at that stat.
Oh for 2 tonight.
Funny how it seems that we always come back to that stat whenever the Braves hit a little bit of a skid.
One for 3 tonight. Pasternak got a base hit.
Hot shot, base hit right field. The Braves are on the board. Chipper scores. Hinsky will stop. It's a 6-1 game.
Michael Bourne extends his hitting streak to 6 games. He picked on a changeup that was left up a little bit. And a wise choice there not to run into an out by Brian Snitker. A strong throw by Pence, even though it's short hop Ruiz. You can't anticipate that.
Martin Prado 1 for 2. And fouled away, strike 1.
Halliday does a nice job too of hiding the baseball. And I would guess that it's hard to pick up, especially for right-handed hitters, because of the way he turns his body, turns that front shoulder, pulls that leg up tight.
Slow roller. Tough play. Polanco makes it. Not in time. A run is in. Hinske scores. Bases still full. Freddie Freeman up. Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, out.
Braves were due one of those. Roy Halladay slamming the rosin back down and kicking the dirt. A high pitch to Martin, and Polanco, the Gold Glove winner at third base last year in the National League, made a terrific effort, but the throw was late. Good hustle by Prado.
How close?
Called by Jim Joyce.
Give Prado his 14th RBI, and now Freeman's up. Remember, Freddie Freeman's first big league home run came against Halliday up at Citizens Bank Park.
Way out to center.
This place will be up for grabs if he launches one here.
And he's hit the ball hard twice tonight. A base hit and then robbed by Galvis. If you want to throw Freddie a pitch inside and not have him swing at it, you just about have to hit him. And there's no guarantee really that he won't swing at that one.
Boy, did he hook that ball or what? 0-2.
That was not where that was supposed to be. You see Ruiz having to go back to a backhand position because that ball broke to the plate.
This inning started with Chipper Jones leadoff single. Hinske and Pasternak follow with hits. Juan Francisco popped out with the bases loaded. Michael Bourne single. Prado single on the infield. 2 runs are in.
Got him set up for something inside here.
And Freeman pops it up. Another infield fly. And 2 are out.
Ruiz wanted that up and in, but it still got the job done. Tied him up.
Even that was in off the plate, but like you said, in off the plate, still not enough for Freddie not to want to swing at it.
Halliday not out of trouble yet. Now he's got to face Brian McCann.
Eight for 22 in his career against Halliday, and a base hit up the middle his last time up. Galvis still playing him over in the hole to his left. Need at least one more hit, make him a little uncomfortable.
A ball and a strike. They're a little uncomfortable. high. 2 balls and a strike.
Timing's everything, and for Brian McCann, he's looking for his first 2-out RBI of the year.
Perfect spot for it.
Perfect.
Swing and a drive. Belted right. It's a grand slam, and we're tied.
In most cases, you'd say, well, that's better than a poke in the eye, but I'm not so sure. On the celebration, Brian may have gotten a cut. On the high five, the left hand got in on Brian's eye from Michael Bourne.
2 big pokes on 1 play.
Yeah.
And who would have thought that Roy Halladay would blow a 6-0 lead? He's done that in this 5th inning. The Braves have touched him for 6 runs, 6 hits, and a grand slam from Brian McCann.
And nobody in their pen. Well, I think he's probably nervous now.
Still a long way to go in this game, but the amazing stat about Halliday, Gretchen Caney found this out for us. Roy Halladay's 107-0 individually when he's been given a lead of 4 or more runs. His teams have lost, but he has never lost a game with a 4-run lead.
David Ross doesn't have the gear on yet, and I'm sure Michael Bourne feels awful.
And Uggla is called out on strikes. 6 runs, 6 hits. The big blow, a grand slam from Brian McCann. Will he answer the bell behind the plate? We'll find out in a moment. 6-6 heading to the 6th here at Turner Field.
Maybe he didn't get cut. I thought I saw blood. Maybe just his eyebrow.
He's in the dugout.
Yep. There's great news. Brian McCann indeed is answering the bell.
Like a cutter, maybe a slider that just was a spinner. And I loved Ruiz's reaction. He took a leak and then a look, and he'd probably have rather have done the former and then just wiped the dirt.
Yeah, I know on the pitch. Here he is. That's what we were talking about. Poor Michael Bourne feeling awful. Like, man, I just had a grand slam. You poked my eye out.
So there's no
trying to find his contact
problem.
So the Braves have new life. Down 6-0. They score 6 times in the 5th, tie the game. And now it becomes a great duel here in game 2. Tommy Hansen started. Christian Martinez relieved him. Now Livan Hernandez gets a big catch from Freddie Freeman. Polanco pops out to start the 6th. That ends his perfect night at the plate.
Used every bit of his 6'5" reach. Great play. While all that was going on, Brian McCann had his mask off. He's still wincing and trying to blink, and if he got scratched on that eye, you know how much that hurts.
Here's Victorino. Shane's 2 for 3. Not only does that hurt, think about how tough his job is. He's trying to catch a 78-mile-an-hour fastball. The man throwing those fastballs is the man answering the AT&T call to the bullpen, Livan Hernandez.
Just 2 days ago, worked 2 innings.
He's done a great job. He's picked up a lot of very important innings out of this Braves pen. And a bouncing ball up the middle. Tyler charges. Good stretch. And they get their man Victorino.
Old Mo has moved over to the other dugout with the team that's wearing white. That was a funny ground ball. High chopper, but looked like it had a lot of spin on it.
Yeah, that second bounce, it looked like it just kind of died.
Good play by Tyler and a good stretch by Freeman.
Here's Pence. He's walked and scored a run tonight. Momentum sure is a funny thing, and we can feel it up here. You guys know better than anybody. You can certainly feel it in the dugouts, can't you?
Oh, absolutely. You can feel it down there.
If you turned away from the broadcast and came back and see that score, wow. Roy Halladay gave up 6 runs on 6 hits. Brian McCann, the 4th man to hit a grand slam off Roy Halladay. Ground ball to short. Tyler's got it. Quick release. Livan Hernandez keeps that momentum in the Braves dugout. More treatment for Brian McCann. We hope more offense against Roy Halladay as we head to the bottom half.
Freeze cam in the cool train. Needless to say, we want to see some freeze action on that grand slam. Point of contact, looked at his head right on the ball. Good extension. Great looks right there. That was the Coors Light freeze cam, brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light.
Chipper Jones jumps at the first pitch, bobbled by Wigginton, but Halliday did the job and retires Chipper for out number 1. Brian McCann, the 4th man to hit a grand slam off Halliday. The other 3, Andy Sheets, Evan Longoria, and Alfonso Soriano. And that blast tied the game at 6. Eric Hinske bats. He's 1 for 2. And a line drive into right. Eric Hinske's hotter than the Georgia asphalt. Eric 6 for his last 10. And back to our trivia question. This was a good question tonight. Our friends at AT&T Uverse ask, since 2002, Roy Halladay's 1 of 3 with 150 or more wins. Name the other 2 hurlers to do that.
I want to nominate one, and that's Jamie Moyer.
I'm going with Huddy and CeCe.
I'll go with Josh Beckett and Chris Carpenter. I think we've covered just about every conceivable option. But did we get any of them right?
I got one of them right, and I had half of the other one right.
D'Lo's dealing for Cleveland, isn't he?
4-1.
It's like that cold weather.
Pasternicki bats, a man aboard. And a late strike call evens the count at 1-1.
Halliday had some tough luck last inning in that he made a good pitch to Chipper leading off the inning. He fought it off for a hit. And he made a good pitch to Prado, who got the swinging bunt infield hit. But he also made some mistakes, not just the one to McCann, but he also made a big time mistake to Pasternicki right over the middle third of the plate.
But he made some mistakes in the first inning too, and frankly was lucky to get out of that inning without a run coming across.
I think his location's been a little bit off tonight, probably not what he's used to, and then you couple that with he's pitching with a big lead for the first time, and sometimes mentally that takes a little bit of your edge away, and you know, a lot of things going on, and a lot of things certainly turned in the Braves' favor.
That was fouled.
When they had the meeting on the mound, though, it was after Prado's infield hit, and he was visibly upset. I mean, throwing the rosin back down, kicking the dirt, ticked off that Martin had reached, and he gave up another run on an infield hit. But it got a lot worse after that, maybe because he had lost his composure a little bit.
And I would imagine that's probably a real good call. Here's a man that's gotten no run support all year, is still 3-2, gets a 6-run lead, and is unable to hold it in the middle innings.
Oh yeah, and I can guarantee you he's cussing himself out more than anybody else is going to. He's saying exactly that. Got no runs all year long, and now here I am, I get 6, and what do I do with it? So he's kicking himself out there.
Ooh, that's just missed, and Halliday turned his back.
The cutter to the inside part didn't come back.
Runner goes. Swing, a little flare over first. That'll turn to goal. Hinske on his way to third. Tyler on his way to second. And the Braves in business again.
This looks very familiar, guys. Only it wasn't the guys in white doing it. It was the guys in gray doing it last night. Oh, look where that pitch was.
Definitely
Hunter Pence-like swing.
He makes some mistakes with his breaking ball. That wasn't one of them. That was a good pitch, and that's like we talked about earlier. Sometimes you make the pitch you want and don't get good results.
How about the kid? Pasternicky now 7 for 20 on the homestand. And now Jason Hayward on to pinch hit for Levon.
Tough duty when you've been sitting out a couple of days, and I did watch him take batting practice. He seemed to be swinging free and easy, but testing that strained oblique.
Hot shot, base hit. Hinsky scores. Pasternicky around third. He will score. Hayward, a big pinch hit, and the Braves lead.
A lot of things worth the price of admission tonight, but almost all of it in the last 2 innings. McCann's grand slam, and then the reaction from Jason Hayward after this 2-run base hit here coming off the bench. He got to first base, and he was fired up, and rightfully so. His first hit ever off Halliday, and their bullpen just now getting busy.
Joe Savory's up. But so are the Braves now 8-6. And Charlie Manuel is going to come get Roy Halladay. An absolutely unbelievable turn of events in Atlanta. Roy Halladay was up 6-0. The Braves have scored 8 unanswered runs. A McCann grand slam, one of the big blows. Halliday, staked to a 6-run lead, has allowed 8 runs, 12 hits in 5 1/3 innings of work, and it all started in the Braves' 5th.
9 hits out of those 12 have come in the last inning and a third, including McCann's grand slam to cap off the scoring and tie the game up. And then after 1-out single by Hinsky and a double by Pasternicky, Hayward comes off the bench, hadn't hit in 2 days, and comes up with a huge hit off of Roy Halladay.
So keep adding on. Ken Halliday, a personal 2-game losing streak, hasn't lost 3 in a row in 2 years. Joe Savory's on to pitch to the top of the order, and Michael Bourne. Michael's 1 for 3 with a run scoring hit and also scored ahead of McCann's grand slam.
You saw that batting average on his stats, 111. That's just 2 for 18 against him when he's come into games, and lefties are 0 for 5. But what a job by the offense to come back.
Now it's a battle of the bullpens. And this game sets up real nicely for Atlanta. After Tommy Hanson went 3 2/3, Martinez and Livan Hernandez covered the rest of the 4th, 5th, and the 6th. Now Freddie Gonzalez can go O'Flaherty, Fetters, and Kimbrel if he desires.
And there's Eric.
Two balls and a strike.
So far, Roy Halladay's given up 8 earned runs with the runner at first belonging to him. And tonight's only the 5th time in his career that's happened to him. But I'm going to venture a guess, go on a big limb here, and figure that none of them were with a 6-0 lead.
Hayward's running, and Bourne fouls it away. Jason had that base stolen.
Sure did. Went on his first move. We'll have to try it again.
Late jump, and the Ruiz throw will get Hayward. Jason said the tag was missed, but the ball beat him, and Jason's caught stealing for the very first time. Big inning again for Atlanta. Eric Hinske, Tyler Pasternicki both reach, and then Jason Hayward with his first career hit against Halliday gives Atlanta an 8-6 lead. part by Blimpie, by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Georgia Power, and by Nissan.
Jason Hayward stays in the game, and Tom, I would guess that tonight, depending on how this game turns out, Roy Halliday is going to have some nightmares, especially when he thinks about the last 2 hits last inning. Check out the location of this double by Pasternicki that really was about maybe 2 or 3 inches off the ground and outside. And then Hayward comes up and picks on one that was well away from him, may have had the corner, but was running away from him, and he hooks it for a base hit.
That was what Chipper talked about. He covered 21 or 23 inches of the plate, and that's a perfect example right there. One guy, both guys covering pitches way off the plate.
So in the 7th, Wigginton, Nix, and Ruiz coming up for the Phillies. Eric O'Flaherty answers the AT&T call to the bullpen. Come on, Eric. 3 balls, no strikes. And on 4 straight, Wigginton walks, and that brings the potential tying run to the plate.
On our Academy of Sports and Outdoors leaderboard, we talked about this last night with the Philadelphia Phillies and their late inning work. They got 7 hits last night of their 11 from the 7th inning on, and 2 of their 4 runs that were the difference in the ball game. So they are a good late inning team. Can't let that happen again tonight.
And this was one of the villains last night. John Mayberry Jr. doubled with 1 out in the 8th inning and scored the 3rd Philly run. He also hit into a 9th inning double play. Flaherty wouldn't mind one of those in tonight's 7th.
Ryan McCann glad his eye is good enough to stay in the game so he could take a foul tip shot like that.
I was say that'll take his mind off his eye for a second.
It will. On the inside of the shin guard, there's not enough padding there. What's the goalie for the Devils? Brodeur?
Yes.
What's his first name?
Martin
Brodeur. If somebody said you have to catch and there's no other option, I would look like him walking out there. I'd have goalie pads on and
shin pads on your arms.
He'd go all the way up.
A little bit low to Mayberry. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
See if maybe they had a suit of armor somewhere in a closet somewhere around the stadium.
Well, there'd be definitely some of that on part of my equipment, yes. I mean, with the technology, as far as it's come for protective gear for catchers, it's still, you still just get beat up.
It's still the tools of ignorance.
Line drive by Mayberry. Another pinch hit. And the Phillies have 2 on, nobody out. And here they come now, as Joe said, a very dangerous late inning offensive club.
Guy up there that we've talked about for years being a first pitch fastball hitter in Ruiz. That hasn't changed. He's only hit into one double play so far this year. That's not surprising because he's not really a ground ball guy. He's trying to lift.
Ball outside. Anybody have bets on 14 runs, 24 hits, and 6 innings?
No.
Tonight? Driven deep left. And just like that, the Phillies are back in front. That gets Halliday off the hook.
Yeah, he's still 107-0.
You can understand the pose down. Remember, he got drilled earlier tonight. A 4 RBI game for Ruiz, and here's Galvis.
You got to give Ruiz credit. As much as we talk about what a good fastball hitter he is, that was a breaking ball right there that he sat on. Nice, turned on it, and got it out of here in a hurry.
His 4th home run.
He hit 2 against the Braves last year and hit over 300 against them. Well, nothing will take the steam out of the excitement of what the Braves have done, like a leadoff walk.
Oh, it's amazing. I heard you guys talking about it, I think a couple nights ago against Pittsburgh when Murph was up here, and I don't know what the difference is between a leadoff walk and a leadoff base hit, but that walk sure seems to score an awful lot more than that leadoff base hit does.
Wigginton drew that walk on 4 pitches. Mayberry singled to right. And Ruiz a 3-run homer. So now it's the Phillies up. Again, this time it's a 9-8 score. The way this one's going, best news might be the Braves hit last. And Galvis is the first out. Georgia Power customers can get a free in-home energy audit performed by an energy expert from Georgia Power. Learn ways to save money and energy around your home. To schedule an in-home energy audit, go to georgiapower.com. Phillies will go to their bench and pinch hit for Savory. This is catcher Eric Kratz. He was just called up from the minor leagues. Phillies placed Jim Thome on the disabled list with a bad back.
This guy's been at it a long time. He's 31 years old. He'll be 32 next month, and he's got a grand total of 35 days in the big leagues. So he's been at it a while. A little bit of big league time with the Pirates, and last year 6 at bats in 2 games for the Phillies late.
They had another catcher recently that was along that same mold. Been at it for a long time, and then he came up and actually had a couple good years.
I know who you mean.
Like
Coast.
Chris Coast. Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
Slow roller. Chipper charges. Bare hand, one beautiful fluid motion.
Probably a hit in the minor leagues, but not here. At least against Chipper.
Nobody makes the play any better. I've never seen anybody make it as consistently good as he does.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's as good as anybody I've seen.
That's our Toyota play of the game. And now here's Rollins. And a little low. 1 for 4 night for the Phillies shortstop.
Well, they have really picked on the Braves bullpen the last 2 nights too. Johnny Venters 2/3 of an inning, 4 hits and 2 runs last night in the 8th inning, and tonight O'Flaherty 3 runs on 2 hits and a walk in the 7th.
Fly ball. Bourne coming on and is there to make the grab. A walk, a single, and a long home run turns the game back into Phillies' favor. 9-8 at the 7th inning stretch. Well, you'd have to say the Braves were dark horses, trailing 6-0 to Roy Halliday tonight. They took a brief lead of 8-6. As you see on our Blippy game summary, another big night, though, for Carlos Ruiz to turn the game back in the Phillies' favor as we head to the bottom of the 7th.
Another lefty out there, Antonio Bastardo, who pitched an inning last night. Not having quite the start to his season that he enjoyed last year for practically the whole year.
Two-hit night for Martin Prado. An infield hit and RBI last time, and behind a strike. One other Phillies change. John Mayberry stays in the game. He's the new left fielder.
One of the things the Phillies have been wrestling with, most notably Charlie Manuel, are the roles for his bullpen, trying to get to Qualls and then Papelbon. It's been a little unsettled, and primarily because Bastardo has struggled some. He typically was the 7th inning guy. That's been kind of a mobile spot in their bullpen, and nobody's really moved into it yet. Ryan Sanchez was just called up from AAA yesterday. Tearing up left-handers. Venners and Medlin are up in the Atlanta pen.
Fly ball toward Mayberry. He's chugging and gets the catch.
That was just in time for that defensive change. That's a base hit with Nix out there, I would guess, because Mayberry's a little faster. Nice play.
First inning single for Freeman in 3 trips. And he swings and hits it high in the air toward left. Mayberry at the track and slams into the wall and hangs on. That ball kept carrying toward the corner.
Seemed like the more he ran after it, the more it was running away from him. Always the toughest one to catch, that ball that's slicing away from him. He just kept going and he stayed with it, made a nice play.
And the thing you have to do, knowing the wall's creeping up on you, is you can't take your eye off that ball because it is slicing away from you. And he made a terrific play.
In Philly, that's long gone.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, believe it. It's 10 rows deep.
That's in the begonias out there, top of the fence.
Ruiz, a quick meeting after McCann's grand slam.
I think you told him to make a better pitch this time, or don't let him hit on the left field. He's worn out there. I think Ruiz felt the pain on that as much as Halliday did.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to describe that one this time. His reaction.
I don't blame you.
Even count. Nationals are losing tonight.
He's a little disgusted with that throwback. I mean, he came in at about 90, went back to the mound at about 94.
Two and two.
Oh, Carlos is upset. Oh, about the location. What's this? Nowhere near where he wanted it.
You better not miss inner half to Brian McCann in a one-run game. Fly ball to right, but Pence is there. And that retires the side in the Braves' 7th inning. On we go to the 8th. 9-8 your score. Georgia Lottery, by Honda Lawn and Garden, by McDonald's, and by Ram Trucks. We're in the top of the 8th inning, 9-8. Philadelphia is in front. Here's a look at our Chevron upcoming schedule.
Starters tomorrow to wrap up this series. Joe Blanton for the Phillies against Randall Delgado. Blanton's pitched pretty well despite his numbers not being all that pretty. He's had some good games already for the Phillies. Can't be overlooked. And Randall Delgado got up to a good start, but these last couple have been a little sketchy. Needs to get back on track tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be looking to get things back going in the right direction tomorrow for sure.
Medlin's been terrific. This is his 10th game, and he will work through the 2, 3, and 4 spots.
First time on back-to-back games. Worked an inning and a third last night. Gave up a couple of hits, but got a double play.
No balls, 2 strikes. Check swing back to the mound, and a good start for Chris. For more on Chris Medlin and the back-to-back outing, let's check in again with Tom Hart.
Hey guys, I think tonight we're seeing the true value of Chris Medlin, not only to run it back out tonight, but to run it out on short notice in this situation. You remember about this time last year, Freddie Gonzalez had already used Johnny Venters and Craig Kimbrell 11 times when the team was trailing. Obviously, he wants to keep them fresher. This season, they've only come out when the team was trailing 2 times. Freddie was quick to point out, typically that occurred last year in 1-run games. So here we are again, and he can lean on Medlin and leave the other 2 back in the bullpen.
That's a good point.
Very good one.
The only downside to that is with Tommy Hanson working a short game, Freddie's already used Christian Martinez and Livan Hernandez, his other 2 long men in the pen. And Joe and Tom, how much gas in the tank will Medlin have after, as you said, he went an inning and a third last night?
Well, he'll be fine for tonight. I would imagine he'd be unavailable tomorrow.
Victorino to second. Quick shovel from Dan Uggla, 2 outs. And that's obviously predicated on pitch count and stress. He's only thrown 6 so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll obviously with him they'll be careful. You know, they not so far removed from Tommy John surgery. They're going to be careful with him as much as they can. But you know, Livan certainly would be available tomorrow. Christian, yeah, maybe not. But I mean, that's one of those situations where tomorrow Randall's coming in and thinking, you know what, I got to give these guys some innings, plain and simple.
Well, as Larry Anderson, the erstwhile radio analyst for the Phillies broadcast, just said that the Phillies were very glad to see Livan Hernandez come out of the game because they haven't hit him since 1978.
Ball and a strike to Hunter Pence.
Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how good you are, you're not going to scare Chris Medlin. Doesn't matter about the situation, doesn't matter about the importance of the game. You're not going to scare him.
Chopper over the middle. Tyler charges, can't glove cleanly. And Pence, with his good speed, is aboard with a 2-out hit. That'll extend his hitting streak to 5 games.
Tough play. I'm not sure he was going to get him anyway. Had to just make a swipe on the run. Pence is 2 for 2 in stolen bases. Remember, Chris Medlin's got a good move.
Two walks, 2 runs, and a single for Ty Wigginton.
Perfect time to run. And with that, maybe Pence will extend his lead and get picked off.
Close play at first.
Baby.
Almost a good call, Joe.
I don't think anybody gives enough credit to how quick Chris's feet are. He may still steal a base, but I guarantee it took a little starch out of his legs getting that next lead.
Another chance up the middle. Tyler slides, surrounds, and laid at second. Infield hit for Wigginton. And 2 are on with 2 outs.
I know he didn't want that ball to go through, but I'm not sure he had to go to the ground to do it, to keep it from getting through. Looked like he was going to get there in plenty of time to glove that one.
So the inning continues for John Mayberry. He had a pinch hit single in the 7th. 15 Philadelphia hits. The Braves have 12 tonight.
Exactly what you would have expected coming here with that pitching matchup.
Boy.
$15 hits, a new season high for the Phillies this year. Nine runs, the most runs they've scored in a game this year.
It was Mayberry who hit into the double play last night off Medlin. I know the infield like one more ground ball to take their chances.
I don't think you want to face Carlos Ruiz with men on, do you?
Not if you don't have to.
No. Don't like to face him when you have to. You don't have any room and you got to throw a strike somewhere.
And after 2 quick groundouts, 2 infield hits, and a 4-pitch walk, has the bags full for Ruiz.
Which brings us to the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. This was a cold-hearted blast. Carlos Ruiz, we were talking about his fastball hitting ability, but he got a kind of a loopy breaking ball, just breaking right down into his wheelhouse there, and golfed it out. It was not a cheapie. Our Cold Hard Blast brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
A 4 RBI night. He scored twice, and he's going to drive in a bunch more. Pence will score. Wigginton will score. Mayberry's going to come around third. He's going to score. And the Braves played with fire, and Ruiz burned him. A 7 RBI night. A bases clearing double.
This guy's a pull hitter, dead pull hitter. What's he do? When you play him off the line, he carves one right down the line.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of bad luck right there. You knew With the bases full, good chance. Medlin, his best pitch is his fastball. He was going to see a fastball, and he got a, it was a pretty good pitch. And Ruiz just a little bit behind it, but found that hole down the line and cleared the bases.
Bad luck
Galvis.
Sorry, Chip. The bad luck to me, Tom, were the 2 ground balls that stayed in the infield, couldn't get out of the inning.
Phillies have done some real damage to the Braves bullpen in the first 2 games of the series, and they extend their lead to 4 runs in the 8th. Eight in the bottom of the 8th inning, and the middle of the Braves batting order is coming up. Get an inside look at the Southern Miss baseball team led by head coach Scott Berry. Follow the Golden Eagles behind the scenes as they face conference rival UCF. It's Under the Lights, Southern Miss baseball, premiering Saturday at 6 on Sports South. Jose Contreras will climb to the top of the hill and face Dan Uggla leading off the Braves 8th inning.
Only 4 games for him because he's just come back from the disabled list after surgery on his elbow back in September for a flexor pronator strain. Sounds like a broadcaster injury. Pronator.
Either that or a weather guy name. Hi, Flexor Pronator with your 7-day forecast. This guy still throws hard, though, doesn't he, Contreras?
40 years old.
Uggla shoots one into right field. There's a start. So, Tom, even though Contreras is 40 years old, what are the chances he'll get to 300?
I don't like his chances as much as Halliday.
Yeah.
Boy, that was a tomahawk.
Well, there's a start. Braves down 4. Here comes Chipper. Chipper's 1 for 3 against him in his career. And 1 for 3 as you see tonight. Off his thumbs. 1-1 count.
Well, you'd obviously love to tie this game up in this inning if you could, but I think worst case scenario, if the Braves could at least cut this lead in half. So in the 9th inning, if Papelbon is out there, there's still that feeling of uneasiness when you could give up a bloop and a blast and it's a tie game.
Up the middle. Tricky hop for Rollins. He drops it, and everybody's safe.
Again, one of the best defensive clubs in baseball. But that was just a flat-out drop right there. No chance for the double play. They're trying to play it safe to get the lead runner. They don't get him either.
Matt Diaz now bats for Medlin. Diaz looking for his first hit against Contreras. He's 0 for 4 lifetime.
It's funny, I'm looking at the stats on the Braves against Contreras in their career. Dan Uggla's at bat was his 7th. That's not the most on the team, but it's second most to Eric Hinske's 21 career at bats against Contreras.
All those American League matchups, probably.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Medlin goes an inning, 3 hits, 3 runs earned. Pop to the right side. Wigginton gives chase, runs out of room. We'll do it again. Davis Simpson has it right. This is punch, counter punch. But can the Braves at home in game 2 of the series deliver a comeback knockout blow? They're down 4 runs and have 6 outs left. This is a ball club that's had a couple of remarkable late wins this year. Remember that Dodgers series, down 3-1 in the 9th inning. Came back improbably against Javi Guerra. And the day before, Martin Prado with a big triple broke a tie game.
Ruiz froze his glove on that one, hoping for the call. But he did try to move his glove over too and frame it a little bit, made it look better than it was. Good at bat.
Ruiz looking around for the home plate umpire and maybe asking where that was.
And with good reason, but again, it looked like Ruiz kind of took that ball down when he caught it. He wasn't able to keep that one at the bottom of the strike zone.
One out as Diaz down swinging.
Gutsy pitch right there. 4-run lead. 3-2 count with nobody out. And that little cutter.
Tyler Pasternicki, 2 hits, 2 runs in 3 trips. His average up to 269. He's 7 for 20 at the plate on the homestand. Terry Pendleton ducks out of the way at first.
Terry Pendleton, not just a terrific player in his day and a good coach, but a smart man. Pasternicki up there the way he likes to go to right field. He has moved down the line out of harm's way.
Victorino shades way around toward right at his position in center field. Galvis, I should say, a little closer to the second base bag. Big hole on the right side for Tyler. That's where he likes to go, and he's now ahead in the count, 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, to the benefit of Pasternicki, Galvis has got to stay closer to the bag in the event of a ground ball, hoping they can turn a double play and get out of the inning. Line into center field. That'll get down. Uggla will be waved.
The throw is up the line and late. A 3-hit game for Pasternicki, and there's one of the runs back. (12-9).
I was watching Brian Snitker, and I'm not sure he was 100% sold that he wanted to send Uggla on this because he was respecting Victorino's arm, but Shane had to go to his right to get that ball, plant, and wasn't able to really get any momentum at all on the throw. So a wise call and a good call by Snitker to send him because the throw turned out to be off the mark. See Shane going to his right and basically had to almost come to a stop and flat-footed had to make the throw. Brian waiting, and then he started waving after he saw Victorino go to his right to get it. That's one of the reasons when you're at the game and you see the third base coach position himself where Brian is actually right now at the end of the coach's box closest to home plate. As that hit occurs, he's actually going to move closer to home plate just to size up the situation and give himself just another second or two to read what's going to happen if he's going to send the guy or hold him.
Jason Hayward with a pinch hit 2-run scoring single last time up. Looks at ball one inside.
Big knock in the 6th inning. Pinch hitting. Driving in 2 to put the Braves on top.
His first ever hit against Halliday. Jason's been out with a sore side. But has taken aggressive cuts in his 2 at-bats.
That base hit off Halliday has to give him huge confidence in this plate appearance. Come off the bench and do what he did and know that his side's okay and he can cut it loose.
Mad at himself for not getting that pitch.
2-2.
We have that center field shot for you, and you see where Jason sets up in the box, probably farther off the plate than any other Braves hitter. I'm just looking at it from a pitcher's perspective, Tom, about, oh, I got all this room middle of the plate away. I'm going to go out there, and that's kind of where he wants it.
Yeah, a lot of times it's the opposite of what you see a guy do in the box. When they're off the plate, you think, well, they don't like the, they don't want the ball away. They can't reach it. And conversely, when guys are on top of the plate, you're thinking, well, they don't like it in there.
Hayward walks, and the bases are loaded with 1 out, and the lineup card moves to the leadoff spot. Charlie Manuel is on his way out. Schwimmer was up in the Phillies bullpen. Let's see what Charlie Manuel does. I don't believe he's signaled quite yet.
Well, it only figures when he says they've been treading water that he'd get Schwimmer up.
Be careful with the water jokes, Joe. 12-9 is our score in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gigantic comeback tonight, trailing 6-0 to Roy Halliday. Took a brief 8-6 lead. Are down 12-9 now and have the bases loaded and the top of the order coming up. What a ball game. All season long, Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff and the low price. Contreras is out. Schwimmer wades in.
And again, more trouble trying to figure out how to get to Qualls and then Papelbon. Only the third game for Schwimmer. 6'8", 240 out of the University of Virginia.
And he missed high. I guess Lawrence faced him once and has a hit against him.
Yeah, he was in 12 games for them at the end of last year. His team broke out with 12 runs on 16 hits, and they're still in a fight. That's got to be driving Charlie Manuel crazy.
3 straight out of the zone to Bourne. And how about this crowd tonight? 26,000 plus. They've been in this thing from the middle innings forward. They've been great tonight. Another run is in. Bases loaded walk. 12-10. The Rollins error comes home to roost.
This is a real tough spot for Martin Prado. He loves to ambush guys late in the ball game in that first pitch fastball, and especially after he just walked a guy on 4 pitches. But it's got to be your perfect pitch if you're going to go after it until this guy throws a strike.
You got to be disciplined, look fastball, and look in your zone.
Take it all the way. Not a bad play. But I know that was hard on him. What a game.
Not what they were thinking.
If you just joined us, it was 6-0 Phillies after 4.5 innings. And the Braves actually came back to lead.
Up the middle, through for a hit. Pasternak scores. Hayward scores. Runner to third. Save for the Braves have come back to tie again.
Schwimmer went for a fin save. He didn't get it.
Right under his gill.
Right under the gills. And Martin, after taking that first one, comes through and gets 2 of them in.
Same situation apply for Freddie Freeman here, fellas?
No. Get after it. Not to my way of thinking. Not as much as he loves to hit the first pitch fastball. But smart enough not to swing at that.
A fly ball gives you the lead. And if Freeman reaches, look who's on deck. Oh, vicious cut.
Guy's throwing hard. He's just not sure where it's going. Pulled that right out of Ruiz's glove.
Two balls, two strikes.
Hard as this guy's throwing, you gotta look fastball and then adjust.
Line drive, shallow left center field. Mayberry's there. There's the catch. Runner tags, Bourne will score, and the Braves have the lead.
Tommy, I just saw something I don't think I've ever seen before. I've seen a lot of good celebrations. Pitch was off the plate, a ball, but Freeman gets the go-ahead run in, and look at Dan Uggla.
You don't see that too often.
No, he was coming out of the dugout to be the on-deck hitter, and he's going over to celebrate. That was awesome.
Dan was hugging before the game. He's hugging in the 8th. And the Braves lead 13-12. Broken bat pop. Rollins going out. Victorino is there. And the side is retired. Good teams take advantage of mistakes. A Jimmy Rollins error opened the door for the Braves in the 8th inning, and Atlanta scores 5 times to take the lead. 3 outs to get at Turner Field. Maybe the most apt way of describing this ball game. The word he used was unbelievable. And that's exactly right.
Well, there are the key plays right there. I mean, Carlos Ruiz with 6 RBIs. Brian McCann's grand slam, amazing. Dugout reactions, just fabulous. Eric Hinsky after the hit by Prado. The dugout goes crazy, but just Dan Uggla in particular congratulating Freeman on the sac fly. This too, after the sac fly got borne in. Happy faces. Got to finish it.
You finish this game with the lead. You also finish that losing streak to the Phillies. And it's Kimbrel time in the 9th inning, with Juan Pierre starting things off. And that one caught the umpire on the foot. And Pierre to his knees. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, the umpire's got steel-toed shoes. Better him than Pierre. We don't need the leadoff man on again.
Jack Wilson takes over at shortstop, as Tyler Pasternicki did his job at the plate tonight.
And for his 9th save and his many opportunities, he last worked on the 29th against Pittsburgh. Got to save that night. The only game he pitched in that series.
Two balls, no strikes to Pierre. Then Rollins, then Polanco, then Victorino. Those are the next 4 on the Phillies lineup card.
This is, you don't want to start the 9th inning off with a walk for sure, but definitely not with this kind of guy.
No. Great numbers against the Phillies. He's got to come back here though.
And he couldn't. 4 straight.
Guys in the truck looked it up for us, Tom, after you were talking about those leadoff walks. 35% this year on a leadoff walk. They come around to score. And last year the total was even higher than that, almost 37%, right at 37%.
Well, he's got his work cut out from here now. Obviously, you got to be wary of the sacrifice bunt here. But you also got to be wary of the stolen base, and so you're going to have a big cat and mouse game here, and all the while you don't want to forget and make a bad pitch to Jimmy Rollins right here either.
Rollins 1 for 2 with a double off of him and 3 walks.
So we'll see how the Phillies play it. Rollins took a strike.
Here, 3 stolen bases. Caught stealing twice.
Rollins 0-2.
And he thought that was up.
One would think that takes away the bunt.
Unless you're really going to think outside the box.
One ball, 2 strikes. Rollins
is kind of like Ruiz in that you know he's tough to double up. You start thinking about how you'd like to get a ground ball here, but he's hit into 2 double plays. That's really a lot for him because he's a fly ball guy.
With it from the left side of the plate, Joe, or the right?
Let me check. 1 each.
I mean, I think much as you'd love a double play right here, I agree. I don't think it's likely with Jimmy. I think right here you're thinking with 2 strikes, you got an opportunity to get him out without that runner moving to second, which would be a big situation for Kimbrel.
Pierre's running. The pitch high. McCann's throw is smothered in front of the second base bag. So a leadoff walk, now a stolen base. And the count 2-2 to Rollins with nobody out.
Big jump. Not much chance for Brian. And Jack Wilson did the right thing, recognizing they didn't have much of a play, just to block the ball.
Now with that runner on second and nobody out, now you're really looking for a strikeout right here.
Yeah. And Rollins did him a favor there, swinging at that breaking ball, because it looked like it was way inside and would have been ball 3. Jimmy's a good fastball hitter, I know, Tom, but I really do like 98 when you got a guy out there throwing 98.
No, I agree, because he's still having in the back of his mind having to protect against that breaking ball, so he's looking fastball as long as he can. I think the pitch that he's got a better chance of pulling on the ground to move that guy over is the breaking ball right here.
But from 0-2 to 3-2 now from Kimbrel. Ninth pitch of the at bat. Strike 3. Rollins took it and can't believe it.
I'm going to plead the 5th on that one.
Me too.
Look at Juan Pierre. He had a perfect view of that.
So Polanco bats with a man at second and 1 out. 3 singles, a pop out, and a tapper to the mound. Ground ball to short. Wilson makes the sure play. Runner to third, 2 outs. Still some work to be done. If Kimbrel can finish it, join us immediately afterward for Braves Live, presented by AT&T. We'll hear from Freddie Gonzalez. We'll get sound from the locker room. And if you're taping the game or TiVoing the game, make sure you have enough storage space. There are a ton of highlights. Shane Victorino. High pop fly, left field line, long run, Martine. He will run out of room. Strike 1.
Good guy to get ahead of, though. Victorino, too, a good fastball hitter. You see, good clutch hitter, too. Likes the ball down and in. More power left-handed than right.
Up the middle. Jack Wilson gives ground. Throws on the run. Not in time. And the Phillies tie the game. Leadoff walk. Wilson did all he could.
That was a great play by Jack Wilson. Slider, the outside part. Just an outstanding effort to make it even that close.
I was going to say, with Victorino running as well as he does, I'm surprised he made it as close as he did.
Not out of the woods. Victorino will take his chances running.
A 3-hit night for Victorino.
They still have Sanchez, Qualls, and Papelbon in their pen. Braves have Durbin, and Venters. David Ross, the only position player left on the Atlanta bench.
At the knees, a strike to Pence.
It was Victorino's first ever hit off Kimbrel, too. He had been 0 for 3 with a walk.
Remember, I said about 4 innings ago and maybe 2 hours ago, biggest advantage for the Braves might be that they hit last tonight. That'll be the case. We will have a bottom of the 9th. Uggla, Jones, and then we'll see. One and two. Runner goes, swinging and a miss. Pence is retired. Greg Kimbrel issues a leadoff walk to Juan Pierre. A stolen base and an infield hit for the Phillies ties it up. But the Braves can win it in their last at bat. Stay tuned.
Braves got 5 in the bottom of the 8th to take the lead. Jimmy Rollins booted a ground ball that really helped out. Big hits, 2-run single by Martin Prado. And a sac fly here by Freddie Freeman put the Braves on top. And then in the 9th, needing 3 outs, 4-pitch walk to Pierre. Stole second. Rollins struck out on really a gift call. And then after the runner advanced to third on a ground ball, an infield hit for Shane Victorino. And remember, from Medlin's 8th inning, when they got 3 runs with 2 outs, they had 2 infield hits on that occasion before Chooch Ruiz drove in all 3 runs with a double.
Braves know Brian Sanchez well. Last year with the Marlins, was a very effective relief pitcher. And he will face Dan Uggla leading off the bottom of the 9th inning. 13 apiece.
This guy's pretty good. Pitched well for the Marlins last year. Sinker slider guy. Started the year in AAA for the Phillies, but as you see, back up right away when they needed some help in their pen.
Toward third and foul. A ball and a strike.
And easy to see Polanco guarding the line.
Uggla has a 7-game hitting streak. That hit came tonight 1 inning ago.
Change up and a butte. I'm sure he wants to try that again in that location.
I hope he does.
Yeah.
Fly ball. Well hit center, but it's going to be playable for Victorino. He squared it up and just missed. 1 out.
You know what? He did.
Yeah, but he threw that one a little bit higher than high, so Uggs couldn't do much with it. So if you're going to hang one, hang it high enough where they can't do anything with it.
Chipper's had a flair for the dramatic in his final season. Let's see what he has in store for us in the bottom of the 9th. Base hit. He pulled the string on that one, Joe.
Yeah, another change up, another one left up where Chipper could adjust to it. Kind of went out around it. Stayed back, didn't commit his hands, and able to put a good swing on it. The Braves trail only Milwaukee in comeback wins with the Rockies and the Mets. Washington had a comeback tonight. 2-run homer from Ian Desmond to beat Arizona in the 9th.
Braves hoping to keep pace with the first place Nationals. Braves a half game back at the start of tonight's play. Washington had their 5-game losing streak end today.
Braves' last position player is on deck, David Ross.
Ball and a strike.
I know Freddie's reluctant to send Chipper, put him in a position with those knees to have him run, but Jack Wilson handles the bat real well. If you want to try something here with 1 out, try a hit and run.
How about a base hit?
That'll work.
And it will be David Ross. First and second, 1 out.
Guarding the line.
You got to give somewhere. Certainly looking not to give up that extra base hit. Make the Braves string together 3 base hits. So big hole over there, and Jack took advantage of it.
Freddie Gonzalez just said a couple of days ago, guys, about how his worst nightmare is having to use his backup catcher and then be exposed to not have anybody in case something were to happen to the starting catcher. So he's really pulling for David Ross right here.
Yes. Joe mentioned the good arms in the Phillies outfield. You know of Chipper's knee troubles. Keep that in mind if David reaches safely.
Good cut there. Saw him throw some changeups to the left-handers, but remember he threw a couple to Dan Uggla too. That one was a fastball.
Nothing in 2. Two outs. And here's Jason Hayward.
After that first foul tip on the fastball, they stayed away from him. He just kept going a little bit more away. Right, Jason, I think after all the changeups he's thrown, though, at least here in the early part of the count, maybe sit on one.
Around the plate. Jimmy Rollins is saying, why is that not a strike? Look at him crouch at shortstop.
Pretty much the same pitch that was called a strike to Jimmy. You're right.
2-0 to Jason.
Well, you got to pick your poison here. You got a guy at the plate that's been swinging the bat pretty good, and a guy on deck that's been swinging it real good. So I'm not sure which guy you want to try and go after.
Charlie Manuel just signaled to Ruiz, be ready because he'll be swinging.
Not at that. The Braves have loaded the bases again. How about Hayward off the bench tonight? 2 walks, 2 RBIs, and a single that gave the Braves their first lead in the 6th.
Off Halliday. One out of round 1. It was on the outside part of the plate, if in fact it was on the plate.
So Michael Bourne, bases loaded, 2 outs, 3 for 8 against Sanchez lifetime. Popped up. Jimmy Rollins. Victorino. It'll be Shane. And we are going to extra innings. What a ball game. 13 apiece after 9. Wow. Ty Wigginton will lead it off for the Phils in the 10th. Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side.
Johnny Benner's back out there for the 2nd night in a row. Remember last night he took the loss, had a tough time of it, and really that's been the case against the Phillies in his career. Rough ERA for for sure compared to everybody else at 159. So maybe tonight he can improve on that.
Everything else in this game has been out of the ordinary. Maybe it'll turn around for him tonight here.
Yeah.
Big night for Wigginton. He's reached base 4 times. He scored 3 of Philadelphia's 13. The man that's done the bulk of the damage is the man in the hole. That's Carlos Ruiz.
Johnny only went 2/3 of an inning last night, but it took him 23 pitches. Not a horrible number.
I know he didn't want it to happen this way, but I'm sure he's glad he's back out there in a hurry.
Chipper hugging the line at third. Fetters ahead in the count. Cannot afford another leadoff walk. Phillies 3-run 7th started that way. The 9th inning started that way. And it won't start the 10th. Fetters strikes out Wigginton. 1 down.
Right down the middle. Wigginton must have been caught with his hand in the cookie jar there, maybe looking for something off speed.
Here's Mayberry. He's singled, he's walked, and he's scored twice. Great crowd here tonight. Hope they and you will join us for our SunTrust Business Fans Special. It'll be the final game of the series. Game time 12 o'clock. Take a 9-inning lunch break. Great seats are available. Get them online at Braves.com/tickets. Blanton and Delgado.
A couple of minutes ago, guys, Roger McDowell walked down the bench, and to Minor and Beachy, go get your spikes on, boys, just in case. Beachy went 7 last night.
I guarantee you, with that smile on his face, he's going to get a bat, not a glove.
maybe go take some swings.
Back-to-back strikeouts for Fetters. And now here's Ruiz. Seems, Joe, like every time we see the Phillies, this guy has another gigantic night. Tonight, no exception. 2 doubles, 2 runs, and 7 runs batted in.
Got to be a career high, doesn't it?
Put him on.
Seen enough walks.
Yeah, but maybe if it's intentional, you won't score.
Yeah, career high 7.
It's cool. Put it in perspective, Carlos Ruiz has 7 RBIs tonight. Albert Pujols has 5 for the year. Little bouncer. McCann, bare hand play, and a nice play. Took his time with the catcher running. 10 is Tom and Joe's lucky number. Let's see if the Braves can win it in their half. 13 apiece. McCann coming up for Atlanta.
If you haven't been here from the get-go for this one, you've missed a lot. Phillies took a 6-0 lead. Braves got 6 in the bottom of the 5th, highlighted by McCann's grand slam off Roy Halladay. Then they added to it by taking the lead in the 6th on a base hit by Jason Hayward, who was pinch hitting. That didn't last long. Phillies came back, took a 12-8 lead in the 8th inning. They got 3 in the 7th, 3 in the 8th. Ruiz, 3-run homer, 3-run double. Then the Braves got 5 in the 8th inning to get back on top. Shane Victorino, a 2-out infield hit in the top of the 9th, retied it.
Sanchez back out, and he buzzes Martin Prado inside. 1 ball, no strikes. A 3-hit, 3 RBI game for Martin this evening. One and two. Rollins at short. No trouble for Jimmy in his extra inning chance. Now Freddie Freeman bats. Freddie's sacrifice fly brought home Michael Bourne with the Braves' 13th run. That was in the 8th. Freddie is 1 for 3 against Sanchez. That hit, a home run.
boy, not again.
I just read in the paper he said he wasn't going to wear a shin guard.
Yeah, well, and I asked him, I think it was 2 days ago, how his foot was, and he said, it's great. He said, if it was broken, I would tell you it's great. That's a pained timeout by Freddie. He needed to regroup. He loves that changeup. He got away with a couple of bad ones last inning when the Braves left the bases loaded. And he went back to a doubled up here off the plate. Freddie chased it. It was a ball, but he stays alive. Got a piece of it. Like that was a fastball in. So far, Sanchez has shaken off Ruiz several times because they haven't worked together much. Just spring training coming into this outing.
Three balls, two strikes. Two outs.
Went upstairs and effectively upstairs.
A Brian McCann grand slam home run off Roy Halladay tied the game in the fifth.
If he gets a home run right here, he won't mind getting poked in the eye.
No. This was the slam off Halliday that tied it. And the celebration got poked in the eye by Michael Bourne.
2 hours and 1 minute ago.
And as you can see, Brian, with only one good eye, had to pull that one foul.
Fly ball to right. It's carrying deep. But on the track, Hunter Pence is there. And we head to the 11th inning. Phillies, the reigning Eastern champs. Braves trying to wrest that crown from them, and also trying to snap an 8-game head-to-head losing streak to the Philadelphia Phillies. Lots of great offensive moments. Atlanta trailed, as you see, 6-0 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Erupted for 6 runs in the 5th off Roy Halladay, 2 more in the 6th, 5 in the 8th. The Phillies got a leadoff walk in the 9th inning, cashed that in on an infield hit to tie this game and force extra innings. And the Braves go back into their bullpen with right-hander Chad Durbin on for game number 11.
His 11th game, and the longest outing he's had so far this year is 1 inning. Let's hope he doesn't have to work more than that.
Freddie Galvis lays down a bunt. Durbin, bare hand, gets his man. Good play, 1 out. So Sanchez gets to hit. What is it about these teams from Pennsylvania and long extra inning games?
Yeah. Chad Durbin pitched for the Phillies in 2008, 2009, 2010. Pitched in a lot of games for them. 71 the first year, then 59, then 64 outings.
Sanchez, the pitcher, is out number 2. Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. We need to have a big pot of the Jack Link's Beef Jerky up here for the extra inning games. Strike 1 to Jimmy Rollins. Back to the mound. Easy inning for Durbin. That was nice. Just 8 pitches. Bottom of the 11th inning. Uggla, Chipper, and Jack Wilson coming up.
night and you're in the 11th inning, that's going to whittle on the benches and bullpens for both teams. But for the Phillies, if you need a pinch hitter, here's what you got left. You got 3 pitchers that could hit. You got Pete Orr and Brian Schneider. Those are position players actually still left on their bench, along with a left-handed hitting Cole Hamels. And they still have Qualls and Papelbon left in their bullpen. They're in better shape than the Atlanta Braves that way, because the Braves have no position players left, have these pitchers left if you want to use them for as a pinch hitter, and Chad Durbin was the last guy to come out of the pen. But that was, as you said, Chip, a quick inning. That was good to see. Hopefully only 1 inning for Durbin and the Braves can win it right here, but at least it wasn't many pitches there.
So Dan Uggla starts the 11th. Smash under the glove of Polanco. Leadoff man aboard in the 11th.
Since the 4th inning, the Braves are 7 for 12 with runners in scoring position.
Another high fastball. He's loving that pitch tonight.
Yeah. Get him into scoring position. The way things have gone, you'd like your chances. And by the way, Randall Delgado, tomorrow's starting pitcher, is playing catch in the bullpen. He's warming up.
Chipper tried to hit one into the Braves bullpen.
Really? I thought he was kind of like taking, trying to go the other way, a little
Just
side out.
Little top spin lob.
Yeah.
Babe Hudson's grabbed a bat.
He can swing it.
Pitcher spot due 4th in the inning. Good stop, Ruiz.
It's a big play. Oh, that came right up under him. Had to get up under the mask, you think?
Look like he got his chin down just enough.
Change up. As we can see the signs, I'm going to try to just channel those pitches to Chipper. So that
Yell, maybe he can hear you.
So that he will have to do that too. Fastball in, Chipper. Fastball in. That baby fought it off. Yeah. Good pitch too.
Hard in, soft away.
Yeah, back door maybe.
High fly ball down the right field line. Distance, but foul. By that much.
This is beginning to work though.
Oh, a hanger too.
That and a hanging slider. Wow, now let's see if he doubles up where he didn't throw the first one the way he wanted to.
What do you do here? 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, runner at first.
Whatever your best pitch is, you got to throw it.
Yeah, and I'm sending Uggla. I want Chipper to know he's running.
He is. Swing drive. Right center field. The Braves have won it.
You know, Chipper's always tried real hard to stay out of the middle of those mosh pits, but he wanted right in the center of that one.
Yeah, he made sure he didn't jump, though. He got in there on steady feet. Make sure he don't do any more damage to that knee.
What a dramatic way for the Braves to end their 8-game losing streak to the Phillies. What an unbelievable game. Tom Hart.
Thanks, Chip. Chipper Jones. How do you describe that last at-bat? So close a moment before, then it paid off.
It's indescribable. That feeling right there, I wish everybody could experience that feeling right there. Especially in that game. That game was, without a doubt, takes the cake as far as my career goes. I mean, you figure with Halliday and Hanson on the mound, it'd be a 2-1 game. And nobody could get anybody out tonight, so it was fun.
You telling me that one takes the cake in your illustrious career, the season that you've had thus far with another game winner. I know the knee's not where you want it, but could it play out any better for you with some of these endings?
No, it's been pretty cool up until this point, and it's been pretty storybook. You know, just happy to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that I get. I've had a lot here with the Atlanta Braves, and to be able to come through like that for our ball club when we really need it is awfully special.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
At 11:11 p.m. and in the 11th inning, number 10 wins it with a mammoth 2-run homer and, of course, a game-ending hug.
What a night. Fastball. 3-2 fastball, belt high, where he likes to extend his arms, and he knew it.
No doubt in his mind whatsoever. Nice way to finish it.
Especially after he missed homering down the right field line 2 pitches before. Chipper didn't miss, and the Braves have won in most improbable fashion, down 6-0 to Roy Halladay. They battle, they lost the lead, they battle back, they tie, they lost the lead again, they battled back and tied, and then Chipper wins it with one amazing swing. What a game.
When Chipper tells you that in his whole career he's never experienced a game like that, you know it's pretty special. So that was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot of crazy stuff went on, a lot of good stuff. Some bad, but in the end, you know, like Chipper said, you come to the ballpark with this pitching matchup and you think, boy, hits are going to be hard to come by. It was the other way around. Outs were hard to come by tonight.
Joe said it many times. One great thing about the game of baseball, there are no 2 games ever alike. And I don't think anybody ever thought this is what we'd see at Turner Field. And the oldest saying of all, all's well that ends well. The Braves end their losing streak to the Phillies. They've evened up the series. They win 15-13 in extra innings. And the third final and rubber game of the series is coming your way here tomorrow at 12 Eastern Time. Dramatic night in Atlanta. 15-13, Braves a winner. More after this.